So guys, welcome back to the branded new session, and I am planning to create an entire course for you guys. And yeah, from the title of the course you get the point. So basically we are going to explore ethical hacking. We are going to create an entire free course or bootcamp about ethical hacking. So that's right, and we are going to start it. And this is the very first session or lecture about ethical hacking, in which we will be covering an introduction towards it, and we will be learning throughout of this course or boot camp, what actually we will be covering. So yeah, it will cover each and everything. So first of all, let's start with ethical hacking. What is ethical hacking? This is the first thing that you need to understand. So ethical hacking means testing systems, websites, or network for security weaknesses. So those problems can be fixed before real attackers find them. So this is what an ethical hacker do. An ethical hacker try to find vulnerabilities in websites, networks. The ethical hacker test it. Okay, so it tests it up, and if it discover vulnerabilities, then they simply just report it before bad hackers find it and exploit it for their own use. So it is legal and responsible work done with a permission. So you must take the permission. Without permissions, that will not be considered as an ethical hacking. So ethical hackers find vulnerabilities, they write reports and suggest fixes so organization can improve their security. Okay, so this is how it works. Throughout this course, you will learn the mindset and the methods that keep systems safe. So let's quickly clarify the different kind of hackers so you understand the differences. Well, we know we have multiple types of hackers, but let's explore them. It won't take time. So the first one that we have, it is black hat hacker. Black hat hackers break into the systems for personal gain or damage. While we have another white hat hackers, which is also considered as an ethical hacker. They basically test a system legally and responsibly to improve security. That's what you will become. Okay, so and then we have a great hackers. They fall somewhere in between. Like sometime crossing legal and ethic lines, or they sometime cross legal ethics or the lines. Knowing these differences help you to understand why ethical hacking matters. So now we will walk you through each module step by step and tell you exactly what you will learn and practice in this course. So this is important because we should know throughout of the course what we are going to learn. Okay, so the first thing that we will be exploring is introduction and fundamentals. In module first, we will be learning about the introduction toward ethical hacking and its fundamentals. We will cover basic idea of information security. We will be learning about CIA Triads, which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability. It is it is important topic literally. So ethical and legal boundaries will be covered, and penetration testing life cycle will be covered. Okay, you will learn how professional penetration testing reports are structured. I will be showing you some of the penetration testing reports through which after checking that, you will get the point that okay, this is how ethical hacker or penetration tester write reports. This part will give you the roadmap for the whole course and explain why each following module matters. Then we have networking and operating system basics. This will be the second module in which we will be covering networking, operating system essentials. We will be learning about TCP/IP, OSI model, subnetting, and common network commands. Like there are so many commands. And well, after that, we will be covering about Linux of its file system, permissions, shell commands, because most of the tools and real world attacks are demonstrated on Linux. Okay, so then we will be learning about reconnaissance or information gathering. So reconnaissance is where we gather everything we can about the target. So basically, in Recon or reconnaissance, we gather as much as information we can about our target. For example, target domain, subdomain, IP address, open ports, exposed services, outdated services, public data. We use different methods in order to we use different methods of, for example, OSINT methods and some other methods that we will be learning. Um, Definitely tools are involved in this process in order to perform the recon on the targets. Okay, then we have module number 4. In module number 4, it is basically scanning and enumeration. In this module, we will be learning about how to identify exact services versions running on the target, and we will be using tools like Nmap to scan ports and fingerprint services. We will enumerate directories. We will use um, enumerate directories, users, resources, and we will be learning about scanning. How to perform scans on your target. For this purpose, we will be using multiple tools. For example, we have on web application, we will be using WebSuite and so on and so on. So in module number 5, we have vulnerability assessment, in which we will be learning about how vulnerability scanner and databases work. We will be learning about it. We will be interpret scanners results, identify false positives. We will cover common CVEs and how to evaluate which findings are exploitable and which are informational. So this is important. Some people think so that if any tool gives you details about vulnerability, it means they are exploitable. But in reality, they are not. Most of the time, there will be a false positive results. It will be just not a vulnerability. So you should be able to differentiate false positives and real bugs. So this helps prioritize what needs fixing first. Then we will be covering about web application penetration testing. In web application penetration testing, I will be teaching you like SQL injection, XSS, CSRF, and so many other vulnerabilities, authentication flaws, and we will be learning about burp suite, how you can use burp suite in order to find vulnerabilities, and then we will be learning its exploitation. Okay, so many things are involved. And in module number 7, I will be teaching you about authentication, session management, and broken access control. So these are these three is literally so important parts of the you can call it somewhere, like for example, there are some AI based tools coming on, like Exbo, and they are going to replace some of the you can say cybersecurity practices. But what they cannot do, these are something that is related with the human logic. So for example, broken access controls, access control vulnerabilities, authentication flaws, these kind of vulnerabilities, only human mind can exploit it by learning about the system. So if you are good in it, you can literally, even though, create your career in cybersecurity by, if you are only good with these kind of vulnerabilities like access control vulnerabilities, broken access control, and there are some others that cannot be just simply, you can say it like we currently no one have the ability to automate those things up with the automation tools. Simple is that. Okay, so we will be learning about weak password, session hijacking, insecure JWT tokens. We will be learning about cookies. We will be learning about common access control mistakes. We will be practicing so many things in lab. Okay, so then we have a file upload, a remote code execution, and command injection. These are the three different topics live. At the end of the day, the goal is same. but we will be learning these in module number 8, in which we will be learning how to upload file, how to take reverse connection, how to perform RC, remote code execution. Now remember, remote code execution can be achieved through vulnerabilities. It is not a vulnerability by itself. Okay, so we will be learning about command injection, like OS command injection. Okay, and in module number 9 we will be learning about network penetration testing, basics of exploitation, and we will be learning about different tools in it, like Nmap, Netcat, Metasploit. We will be taking reverse connections. We will be performing Nmap scans. We will be checking for the vulnerabilities with the help of Metasploit. So many things are involved in it. Then we have a post-exploitation and privilege escalation. I will be teaching you about post-exploitation, Windows privilege escalation, Linux privilege escalations, of how we can exploit any machine after getting the shell. Okay, after getting the initial shell, what next? This is also an important byte, how to root the entire machine, how to take up, how to become an administrative uh, a person on that machine. For example, in initial access, you will not be able to perform root commands. You just cannot perform root commands on any machine after the initial access. So what basically we do, we try to escalate our privileges, and if it is a Linux machine, we perform Linux privilege escalation, Linux privas methods, and if it is a Windows machine, we perform Windows privas methods. Then we will be learning some of the, it will be a short touch toward wireless and mobile security, and at the end I will be teaching you about the reporting, remediation, and responsible disclosure, how to create a report of XYZ. Okay, so throughout of the course of, it is basically a practical based course of, and you will be able to find so many labs in it. We will be playing CTF challenges of, everything will be based on real tools like Nmap, Bubsuit, Metasploit, Nikto, SQL Map, Wireshark, and so many other tools. Okay, so yeah, but we will be performing everything in lab environment, because we just cannot attack on someone website. It will be illegal. Okay, so I will be guiding you step by step up from each and for each and everything. So just don't worry, stay with me. And by the way, at the end of the day, who this course is for? Well, if you are a beginner or a student, and a student starting their career in your career in cybersecurity, you can just start it up. And yeah, you if you want to change your career from IT to security, you can literally just start it. Okay. And if you are a IT professional or system administrator, if you are a developer who want to build a secure app, so if you want to become a bug bounty hunter or a freelancer tester, so yeah, these are the things that you can just take care, and we can simply uh, says that um yeah, so these are the things, and I think we can just start our course from the very next session. All right, dear friends, so we are going to start the second module of ethical hacking and penetration testing, in which we will be covering some introduction and some fundamentals. We have already covered ethical hacking, like what we will be learning throughout of this course, our bootcamp, and today we are going to start it officially, step by step up. So let's start it. In this module, basically we are going to cover about we will cover the basic idea of information security, the CIA triads. One second. Yeah, the CIA triads, like confidentiality, integrity, and availability. We will be looking into the ethical and legal boundaries up, and definitely I will be teaching you about penetration testing life cycle, and we will be also learning about professional penetration testing report. I will be showing you some of the professional penetration testing reports, so that will help you a lot to understand how this whole process work. Okay, and yeah, and after that, let's the first thing that we should understand about CIA triads. which is confidentiality, integrity, and availability, the most important part of cybersecurity. So, what is confidentiality? Confidentiality basically ensuring the sensitive information is only available to authorized individual or system. For example, if you are an authorized person or you have a system, so basically that system or you as an individual is authorized, and you should be only able to access the sensitive information. If the sensitive information is only available to individuals, then it means that there is a confidentiality. Okay, but if it is not available for individual, if anyone is able to access it rather than individuals, then it means the confidentiality is halted. There is an issue. Okay, then we have integrity. Integrity in cybersecurity means making sure that the data is accurate and trustworthy by preventing unauthorized changes or tamper. So, any hacker or any bad guy should not be able to tamper that data, to change that data. So, they will, if anyone is able to modify that data that is available, then it means that there is no integrity in the data. Okay, so integrity is important. You have to make sure that the data is actually accurate and trustworthy, because if someone is able to modify the data, then there is an issue of integrity. Simple is that. After that, we have availability. So in availability, basically ensuring that information and system are accessible and operational when needed. So whenever you need that information or data or the systems, they should be accessible on time. So if they are not available, if something bad happens with your data or with the systems, then means that there is an issue about there is an issue of availability. Okay, so preventing disruption or downtime, there should be no downtime. I'll give you an example. For example, let's say you are launching something, you did a social media campaign already, and people are waiting about your product to be online so they can purchase it, they can make the order. But what happened when you just launch the product on your website, an attacker literally performed DDoS attack, and no, your services are shut down, no one is able to purchase that service. So it is an issue of unavailability. It will be a huge risk to the business, or you can say it will be a huge loss to your business, definitely. So the availability, we have to make sure that the data, our systems, our information should be available on time when needed. Then we have a penetration testing life cycle. This is important. From this image, you will get some basic idea about the penetration testing life cycle, that what basically we do in penetration testing. No, definitely it is a module about ethical hacking. There is not so much difference, in ethical hacking and penetration testing, but still, when you will be working in industry, so definitely you will need to perform ethical hacking and penetration testing, like you need to perform VAPT. So the steps are almost same, you can call it so that's why I have put up here penetration testing stages. So there is basically 5 stages involved in it. The first stage is planning and reconnaissance, or even though if you want, you can just simple Google it, you will get some basic idea about ethical hacking life cycle as well. For example, just give me 1 second. Okay, so I'm just googling it for you guys, so let me show you. For example, let's see, we have ethical hacking life cycles. So if we open any of it up, you can see we have reconnaissance, then we have a scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and covering tracks. So yeah, these are almost same things. Uh, let's open this one: reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access, and covering tracks. No other. On the other hand, if we look into it, like planning and reconnaissance, scanning, gaining access, maintaining access. These are the same things in ethical hacking and penetration testing. So don't be confused with the title of penetration testing because we are covering ethical hacking now. These are kind of same things. So let's explore these things like how this life cycle basically work. The first step of being an ethical hacker or penetration test, what you will need to do, there is a planning and reconnaissance phase. Now, what is planning and reconnaissance phase? In this stage, we decide what exactly need to be tested and why. Okay, for example, is it a website or a mobile application or a whole network? We also collect initial information like domain names of IP addresses or what technologies are being used that help us set clear goals before testing. So basically, it will not be something like they will just give you a name of a website or a domain of a website that XYZ, test this XYZ. No, this is not going to be happen. Why? Look up when you will be working for any company, uh, or if when you will be working for your client, there will be a proper documentation. They will provide you a proper document in a written format, where there will be a very proper in scope, like scope, that this is the defined scope that you need to work on. For example, let's say they have in the document they have said up that these are the scope that you need to work. Let's say there is a website which is MasaudSec.com. There is an IP address which is, let's say, 123.15.678.xy. Just an example. There will be IP address, there will be subdomains. For example, help.masaudsec.com, contact.masaudsec, contact.masaudsec.com. These are just example that I am giving you. So my point is the whole point is that there will be a proper document that they are going to provide you in a written format, where the scope will be defined and you will be working on that particular scope. If you go outside of that scope, that will be considered as illegal and they might take any kind of action against you. Okay, so you need to stick with the document, and you need to stick with only scope items that you will need to work on. For example, let's say there is a bug bounty platform, hacker1.com. If you visit it, just go to the any target, let's say Dell.com. There will be an entire in scope will be telling you there will be a defined scope, that these are the things that are in scope and these are out of scope things that you are not, you should not work on them. They are not considered as scope. So this is the first plan. This is the first phase, which is basically about planning and reconnaissance, and these are the things you need to pull out. And after that, we have another we have a second phase of ethical hacking or penetration testing, which is scanning. So once we know the target of, let's say we have a website and an IP address, then we use tools like Anme, Burpsuit, Nessus to scan it. Definitely the second phase will be scanning. Why we scan it? To discover open port services and possible vulnerabilities, possible weaknesses. This is the ultimate goal of the scanning, to discover weaknesses in any website or web application, or let's say an app or a server, using different tools. So think of it like checking all the doors and windows of a house to see which one is unlocked, which ones are unlocked. Okay, then we have a third phase which is access, gaining access. So what we do here in gaining access, we try to use those weaknesses, our vulnerabilities that we discovered during scanning phase, and then we try to exploit it in order to gain our initial access. So in gaining access, we try to exploit weaknesses that we discover. This could means using SQL injection. It could be an SQL injection or weak password or other attacks to get into the system. So attacks are involved. At this stage, we prove that vulnerability is real, showing some level of access. So we will be confirming this is not a false positive, this is actual vulnerability, and we will be using that vulnerability to gain the initial access. Let's say there is a file upload feature and you exploit it, you uploaded a shell, you take the reverse shell, and now you have an access to the server. Okay, this is how it works up. Then we have maintaining access. So now don't worry how to perform all these things, we will be going step by step. I'll be teaching you about vulnerabilities, and how to exploit it, how to take reverse shell, xyz. Okay, then we have after getting after getting in, let's say you take the initial shell, you have successfully get the initial access. Then what we do, we test if we can stay inside the system, or with basically we can stay inside the system without being detected. So in maintaining access, we basically try to maintain the access by trying to stay inside without being detected by the system, or let's say the security features that they have implemented. It could be a WAF or anything like that, on a defensive level. So this show what a real attacker could do. Like you will be installing backdoors, creating a hidden user account, or even though you will be trying to escalating your privileges. No, escalating privileges is something huge topic that we will be covering. There are two types of privilege escalation: vertical privilege escalation and horizontal privilege escalation. Our target machine will be either a Linux machine or a Windows machine, so there is a separate methods for it that we will be exploring in our privilege escalation. Okay, so it helps organization to understand for long term risk. Then at the end we have analysis and WAF configuration. So finally we analyze everything we found up, and create a report for the client up. So this is the phase where where you try everything, and now you started creating a report. We explain which vulnerability exists, how serious they are, and how to fix them. Sometime results are also used to improve defenses like web application firewall. After fixing issue, testing can be done again. So let's say the client after 2 or 3 months, the client came back by saying that, hey, we need to retest those technologies or features that we done last time. So now I am going to show you one of the report for penetration testing, and after that it will be more clear for you to understand how thing works. So, okay, so this is just a demo report to show you how a penetration testing report can be done. So there will be a table of content. You will be required to create a table of content in which you will be telling them about everything. Sorry, and yeah, there will be a scope, each and everything. For example, if you go down, let's say we have the disclaimer, we have the contact information, let's say the company who hired you for this job. Then we have assessment overview, and these are the finding severity ratings. For example, critical vulnerabilities will be rate as 9 to 10. High will be rate as 7 to 8.9, and then there will be some low and confidential and medium level vulnerabilities. It depends on the risk of vulnerability. For example, if there is a file upload vulnerability and you have access, you got the initial access, or you uploaded a malicious shell and you take the reverse shell, it will be considered as a critical. Similarly, for example, then we have SQL injection. Let's say you dump the entire database, so it will be considered as high. Similarly, there are some low and informational vulnerabilities of their risk, each and everything. Here will be a scope of, let's say the company hire you for internal penetration testing, or they have a website for web application. So either they will give you some of the domains, or they will give you the IP address. So the scope of exclusions of, let's say they just clearly told you that these are the things you are not going to perform. You cannot perform DDoS attack, you cannot perform phishing or social engineering. So yeah, then for example, if you have discovered some of the vulnerabilities, you need to list them one by one. Let's say during our penetration testing we discovered 13 critical vulnerabilities, 5 high level vulnerabilities, and similarly we discover 6 moderate, which is medium level vulnerabilities, and low, and the others. So you need to list them, all of them. You need to list all of them one by one, and then you are going to tell them about each vulnerability one by one. So this is the first finding, and the description about the vulnerability, the risk about the vulnerability, the system, what kind of tools you have used, the references, and some evidence, and a remediation, that how to fix this vulnerability. Okay, then we have a description about the vulnerability and the risk. This is how this thing work. So this is an entire demo penetration testing report. There is so many reports already available on you can say GitHub. You just need to type up penetration testing GitHub sample reports or penetration testing reports on GitHub. You will get so much. There is an entire repository available easily, so you can look into these things, and you will get some basic idea that how to write a penetration testing report professionally. You can seek help from ChatGPT. You can watch some of the YouTube videos. Don't worry, at the end of the course I'll be personally showing you or teaching you how actually you can write a report. I will give you some of the templates about the penetration testing report. Yeah, there will be some template where you can put some data, and there is some automation methods also available that will be useful. So that was all for our you can say for our penetration sorry, for the fundamentals of, and I hope it is clear. And by the way, one more and final important thing, we will be continuing this series up. And if you are interested to master ethical hacking penetration testing in a single premium course, it is also available on my Udemy. I will make sure to pin the link in the bio, as well as sorry, not bio, in the description, as well as in the first comment. And by the way, I have already created a free course as well as a that is that is approximately 11 hours long course. So you can simply look into that 11 hours long course. Hi everyone, you will to $30. Visit my YouTube channel, and if you go to the video section, there will be a 12 hours bootcamp. So it is worth watching, to be honest. You just need to also watch this course. It will help you a lot. I've explored so many things, but don't worry, I'm also going to explain each and everything in this current course as well as so yeah, if you are interested in simply Udemy course, just let me know. You can enroll. It is worth watching. There is approximately 24 plus modules covering each and everything. And if you want to take a live mentorship, if you are seeking a true mentor, then you can also check the details. You can also check the details on MasaudSec.com. You will get everything what you need. So yeah, just take care. Have a good day. I'll see you in the next lecture. Bye bye. Hello guys, welcome back to the branded new session, and this is going to be the third lecture of a series about ethical hacking. As you know, we have already started our ethical hacking bootcamp, and we have already done 2 of the lectures. The first one was about introduction and what we will be covering throughout of the course, and the second one was all about ethical hacking, its fundamentals, the life cycle of ethical hacking, and so much more. Today we are going to start the module number 2, which is actually networking and operating system basics. So I will be teaching you command line. I will be teaching you Linux, especially Kali Linux, how to install it, how to configure it. I will be teaching you about some of the things like TCP/IP, OSI model, subnetting, XYZ. So let's start it without any delay. Then we will be don't worry, it is going to be practical, so you do not need to worry about anything. Okay, so in introduction, this module builds the foundation you need for ethical hacking, networking basics, and an introduction to Linux. Knowing how networks work and how to use simple Linux tools helps you to understand real attacks and defenses techniques. We will be focusing on TCP, IP, OSI model subnetting, and few everyday network commands. After that, we will cover Linux basics like file system permission, essential Linux commands, because most hacking tools and labs run on Linux. So simple is that before diving into TCP, IP, and OSI model and subnetting, I want you to teach you about we need to set up our own Linux, our own hacking environment. Okay, so for that we need to configure two things. The first one is that we need to install VMware or VirtualBox, and then we need to install Kali Linux on it. So definitely we need to install and download it. Now I have already downloaded the VMware. You can download it from the Google, but the thing is, you do not need to worry about like those steps each and everything. Now, for example, I will provide you a direct link of you can call it a direct link of VMware. So yeah, I will provide you in the first comment of this video. The link will be VMware workstation installation file. It is totally safe. So I am going to use it right now, but if you want to download your own, you can just Google it. Okay, you can go for VMware, or what you can do, you can basically go for let's say you can go for VirtualBox. VirtualBox. Okay, so it's totally up to you. You can just download the VirtualBox. You can just do it. Okay, so yeah, make sure to download it for the platform. Like if you click on download, just make sure if you are a Windows user, go for window host. If you are Mac user, then just go for those things. Okay, so for example, if you click on it, it will start downloading. So there is nothing hard in it. The next thing that you need to do once you download it up, then you need to install it. Now how to install it? Let's say I have it, so let's click on it, and let's click on yes. And after clicking on yes, let's give it some time to start. Okay, so click next. I accept. Next. Install Windows Hypervision. Yeah, I will recommend you to check these options to avoid any issue. So add it to the path. Yes, 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 and you just need to wait a bit. Okay, after that it will work perfectly. So I think it is going to be, don't worry, I will highly recommend you to use VMware. The reason is it is no free for individual user, so it is better than uh VirtualBox. It is better than VirtualBox. I have personally used both of them, so I will recommend you to go for VMware. So you just need to wait a bit. We need to wait a bit. Let's okay. Okay, it is done. So let's click finish. And after finishing it up, so let's try to search for it. VMware Workstation Pro. So just open it, click on it. All right. As you can see, this is our virtual VMware. Sorry. For the first time, if they ask you for the key, don't worry, don't panic. Just click the personal link, and just click on personal use, and they no longer ask for any kind of key or any. Now here is the thing, it is asking for open a virtual machine or create a new machine. So what we will be doing, we will go to Google. We will go to Google, and we will search for Kali Linux. Okay, so you just need to go to Google and search for Kali Linux. Just click on the first link, and here click on download. Now here is the trick. The trick is as you can see, we have the installer image, the virtual machine, and so many others. Right now we are going to utilize the virtual machine, so click recommended. here you can see we have the VMware and the VirtualBox. Now if you are using VMware, make sure to click on this option. If you are using VirtualBox, make sure to click on this one. Otherwise, if you randomly selected it and if you tried to install it on machine on a virtual box that do not support it, then it will not work. Simple is that. So right now we have the VMware, so that's why I'm going to click on VMware. I will just simply you can just select the download section and install it. Download it. Okay, it will be quickly done. Now in my case, as you can see, I already have it. Okay, I have the latest version as well as I have the old version. So I am going to delete the old version right now to avoid any issues. So I have this latest version. Let's do one thing. Let me delete this unzipped format as well. Okay, so the thing is we have this file. Let's unzip it. You can use a WinRAR or 7 zip or anyone. So in my case, I'm using WinRAR software, which is totally free. You can use by default one in Windows. Just download WinRAR from Google. It is 3-4 MB software, totally free, and install it, and then you will be able to find these options. Okay, so just if you are struggling, I know some of you will be struggle. So just go to the Google, search WinRAR, go to the first website, click on download, and it's all done. Now I'm assuming you guys already know. Okay, so just right click on it and extract files here. Okay, so it will take some time. Let's give it some time. It depends on your processor speed up, because literally it is a 3 GB or 4 GB file, but after unzipping it will become 11 GB. So yeah, it kinda so much compressed version. So we need to wait, guys. Okay, you need to hold. Now remember, guys, there will be some issues that you guys will encounter. Okay, so the issues will be if your laptop is branded new. Sorry, if your laptop is branded new, or if your Windows or even though if your machine, which could be a PC, it might require virtualization. So you just need to make sure to enable virtualization. How to enable it? Just click on the start and search for turn Windows feature on off. Just click on it, and after clicking on it, there will be some options. Like, just go for the options that I have already enabled. Most of them will be already enabled. For example, avoid these things. So here you can see Windows virtual machine platform. Just make sure to enable it, and then Windows hypervision platform, just enable it up. And I think yeah, if you are in future when you will be trying to install it as a subsystem that I will be teaching you, you can just go for this option as well. As okay, then click on okay and restart it. The next thing that you guys will face issue, I know some of you, not all of you, is about it is all about virtualization. Okay, you must have to enable virtualization. For example, if you click on task manager, go to the performance section, and here in performance section, as you can see, I have virtualization enabled. Now I am using a MD motherboard and MD processor, which is Ryzen 5 5600X. Okay, so this is the processor that I am using. Yeah, 6 cores, 12 threads. In your case, you will be using Intel, or Yeah, Intel, or maybe some of you will be using AMD. So the thing is here, you must have to see that your virtualization should be enabled. If it is not, then you will encounter issues while running Linux operating system Kali Linux in your virtual machine, or VMware. So what you need to do, you need to enable it. In order to enable it, like how you can enable it, this is important. Well, you just make sure to go to turn on off your laptop, or turn off your PC, and you definitely know you are using an Intel processor, or AMD, okay, motherboard or processor. So you better know, this is the first thing. The second thing is, the you need to go to the BIOS. Okay, you need to go to the BIOS after restarting it. Now in BIOS we have different brand motherboards. For those we have different BIOS keys, and we have different boot menu keys. Okay, so if you have a Dell, just press F2. If you have HP, just try escape, and then F10. If you have a Levino, Asus, XR, and MSI Gigabyte, for example, I am using Gigabyte motherboard. So if I type delete after Dell button, after restarting my PC, I will directly land into my settings options, where I will be able to enable my virtualization. Now, after once you enter into your BIOS, you need to enable your virtualization. Now, I will highly recommend you to watch a video on YouTube according to your laptop. Just put the laptop name and just type how to enable virtualization in Dell i3 7 Gen laptop, or something like that, according to your model. And you will find 100,000 of tutorials that how to enable virtualization. Okay, if you are Intel, follow these. If you are AMD, just follow these. No, ChatGPT is not going to give you the exact details. I just give you a hint, by the way, how to enable virtualization. Okay, so if you guys encounter that issue, make sure to watch videos, be a researcher, and make sure to enable your virtualization. After that, I'm 100% sure you guys will not face any issue, and it will work perfectly. Okay, so let's try to install it. We will be clicking on virtual machine, and then just simple, let's go to the D drive, operating systems. And in operating systems, we have two files. So let me delete the VirtualBox one, because we just need for VMware. So let's go in the VM section, and in the VM, we have this VMware. Okay, so by the way, don't be confused. We have this zip file, and we unzip it. Simple is that. So this unzip version containing so many files, but when you will click here on open VM machine and go to the exact, you can call it, uh, location, if you open the directory, and you will find only one file, because this is the one that will help you to boot this machine. So click on open. That's all you need to do. And after that, what you need to do, you just need to provide some RAM processor according to your need. For example, here I have 16 GB RAM, so let's go for 8 GB. You can provide according to the RAM that you have it. Let me provide it. I mean, two processors are more than enough. So let's click on view on, click on start the machine, and click OK. So I think this is how this Linux thing work. Then just click on uh, run Kali. That's all you need to do. I mean, you do not even need to install anything. You do not need to install anything. It will perfectly load up. It will be perfectly working for you. There is nothing extra that you need. So all you need to do is to select the file, and it is all done. And make sure to just pin this VMware for yourself. So for the next time, it will be easy for you to understand that this is okay, this is the location where we need to open it up. So that was about how to let's say install VMware, and how to install Kali Linux in it, and how to download all this stuff. No, by default, the username and the password is Kali. Okay, so you just need to type Kali as a username, uh, Kali as a username, and Kali as a password. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. Nothing more, nothing less, and it will take few seconds. No, it is definitely first time. Definitely, it will take up some extra time. But once everything is ready, then it will be booting up like in few seconds. It is not going to take much time. So we all we need to do is to wait up, and once it is ready, then we can simply use it. So I think it is now ready. As you can see, now here we have some of the features. If you want to full screen it, you can use this way, and if you want sidebar, you can use this way. So let me make it full screen right now. And the first thing that you need to do, you can uncheck it up. This is how it works. Here we can literally select our terminal, and these are all the feature tools that comes pre-installed in Kali Linux. These are all the application, network configuration, so many other things that we will be exploring later on. So right now, let's open the terminal up. The first thing that you will need to do is to update and upgrade your machine. Okay, so yeah, you can, let's say, zoom it a bit for extra clarity. So the first thing that you need to do is to update your machine. In order to update it, you just need to type sudo apt update. Okay, so the password is Kali, we know that, Kali, and you need to wait a bit. What it will do, it will update your machine. Once it is updated, then you need to type the same command, but instead of update, you need to upgrade it. Okay, sudo apt update, the first command, and then the second command is sudo apt upgrade. Then your machine is fully ready. You can use it for everything. Okay, so let's wait it for the update, and then let's upgrade it. So sudo apt upgrade. No, yeah, we just you can see it required 2 GB of the space. There are so many things to be upgraded, so we will reply with why. Simple is that. So it will be upgrading. Meanwhile, you can just click on right click here, and you can just play with desktop settings, like the new things. They have some new background wallpapers, and I think it is nice. So many things you can just mess around up. Yeah, just play with it, don't worry. Even though if the machine gets some problem, just delete it and reinstall it. What is the problem? So there is no problem at all. So remember, I will be teaching you its command line in the next video. I'm not going to teach you the command line in this video because it will be so much for you. So right now we need to wrap up this, but before this we need to learn some important things like TCP OSI model, subnetting, XYZ. So let's quickly cover all those things up. Well, the first thing is TCP IP. Now remember, I am teaching you in a very short way. I will highly recommend you to go to YouTube and search about TCP IP OSI model, subnetting. Watch the tutorials on a very deep level. Okay, like not deep level, just yeah, I mean, you can cover it from ChatGPT as well. It's totally up to you. So let me teach you what is TCP IP. TCP means a transmission control protocol, and IP is basically internet protocol. So what is it? A TCP IP is the set of rules that connects. A set of rules that lets computer talk to each other over our network, like the internet. Okay, think of it as a layer that handle addressing, moving data, reliability, and delivering information to the right program. What is IP? IP Internet Protocol gives each device an address, so packets can be routed. TCP, transmission control protocol, makes sure data arrives completely and in order. While we have another concept called UDP. UDP is basically UDP is the lighter and faster option used when used okay when speed matters more than perfect delivery. No, in UDP it might be possible your data will be lost, while in TCP there is no data loss, everything will be work in a perfect way when it comes to delivery, but UDP is faster than TCP. OSI model. So OSI model is a teaching model which with 7 layers. So OSI model have a 7 layers that explain how network communication works from physical cables up to user application. The layers are like these are the layers: physical layer, data link layer, network layer, transport layer, session layer, presentation layer, and application layer. You do not need to memorize every detail. No, just know it. Just know it. Just know. Okay. It helps you think of when sorry, it helps things about where a problem or attack lies. So basically this is OSI model. Remember, I'm not a network teacher, so I would recommend you to clear these concepts from YouTube. Yeah, this is the best way to do it. Like the rest of the things about hacking, each and everything, I will take care of it. So I cannot just create separate video about these things. So I just give you a short definition that how it works. Then we have subnetting. Subnetting divided a big network into smaller network, so traffic is organized and addresses are used efficiently. Subnet mask like 255.255.255.0 tell devices which part of an IP is the network and which part is the host address. With subnetting, you can group devices, control access, reduce wasted address. Sudden students only need the basics of how to spot the network portion and how many hosts a subnet can have it. Okay, then we have Linux basics, essential commands, each and everything that we will be covering in our next session. So that was all for this session. If you guys have any problem, just let me know. And one more important thing, guys, is I will provide all the necessary links. Yeah, I will provide all the necessary links. On the first comment. So yeah, and make sure to check my Udemy course. It is available and it have 24 plus modules. You will learn so many things. You will learn so many things. Okay, it is a complete pack. So I will highly recommend you to check it out. One of my this course up. So it is just yeah. So you can just go for it up. It contain everything that you need up. Okay. So let me quickly show you. Yeah, you can skip this part if you want. The session is already been done, but if you want to stay, just stay a bit. So it have yeah, currently it is branded new, and literally it have 24 plus modules. So you can just go for it. It have 20 plus modules and 98 lectures, approximately 21 plus hours of total length, totally practical based. So if you are interested in learning cybersecurity, ethical hacking, penetration testing on a very deep level, so then I will recommend you to go for this course. It is 100% for you, and I will be making it sure to add this link as well as the part of the first comment up. And yeah, name is cybersecurity, ethical hacking, and penetration testing all in one. So that was all for today's lecture. Take care, have a good day, bye. Hi guys, welcome to the brand new session, and this is going to be the fourth lecture of our ethical hacking bootcamp series. And today I am going to teach you about the command line of Kali Linux or Linux. So it is compatible with all Linux operating systems. That's why you do not need to worry about anything. Well, so let's dive into it. Uh, this is something that is so much important because you will be interacting with Linux, and it is a kind of very, very important for you to understand the Linux command line and practice on it, because otherwise you will stuck and you will not be able to perform anything in future whenever you will be doing something. So that is why Linux command line is important. Oh, well, regarding the notes, what I did here, so if you simply visit my website, MasaudSec.com, MasaudSec.com, and then you just go to the learning path, and in learning path, we have Linux command line mastery, sorry. So you just need to click on it, and that's all. Here I have added all the commands that we will be utilizing, so simply you can practice from here and you can copy and paste it. These are all the basic level of, or you can say intermediate level compulsory commands that every Linux guy should know. Okay, so what I am doing here, I will open a terminal. From here, as you can see, we have a terminal, so let's click on it and wait. After that, you can just zoom it with Control plus. So you just need to hold Control and plus, or what you can do, you can just go to the edit and zoom it. Okay, so just do it in this way. So the first thing that I will be teaching you is so important, like what kind of current user we have it in our Kali. For example, in this case, we have a Kali user. In order to confirm it, you can just type who am I. So who am I will tell you that it is a Kali user. It is basically the user, the default user that comes up um, with along with the Kali Linux. Okay, so you can create new users, you can change the name of the current user, you can do so many things with it. Now this user is a normal user, it have a limitation. For example, if I try to go to the root directory, you can see it is telling me that, hey, you just cannot do it, permission denied. High /root is something like we have the C directory. The C drive has some Windows important files, so nobody can actually access it if until they have the administrator permissions or higher permissions to access it. Well, don't worry, I'll be teaching about CD. Just don't worry. So currently this is the normal user. Okay, this is who am I. When you will type who am I and it tell you Kali or any other user, then it means this is a normal user. Similarly, if you found here the $sign in most of the Linux operating system, it means that this is a normal user, it have a limitation, it is not a administrator or root user. So that is the first thing I'll be teaching you randomly. Then let's say we have a history command. History will tell you all the previous commands that you have executed. For example, so far we have executed 2 commands and just telling me that okay, you have this thing. Then we have a data, it will tell you remember your local data. For example, currently we have this thing. Okay, good. So in order to print anything on the screen, you can use echo command. But before echo, I want to tell you how to clear the screen. You just need to type clear. Okay, so in order to clear the screen, you can just type clear. And if you want to print something, you can just type echo, and then you can type hello, let's say hello world. Okay, so what it will do, it will print that same thing for you. So this is simple is that. But if you want to save this output in any file, then what you can do, remember there are 2 really important buttons in your keyboard that you will be using. What are those buttons? There is an up arrow button on the right side of your keyboard, down arrow button, left and right arrow button, the one that you used to play GTA Vice City when you were kids, okay, or any other game. So those buttons on the right side of our keyboard, simple is that. So the thing is, you can use the up arrow in order to go back to the previous command. Okay, like this, like clearly currently I type 3 times up arrow and it literally went 3 times back to the previous command. In order to go to the latest command, you just need to type down arrow. So you can see the latest command is a echo hello world. Simple is that. And on right and left side, you already know for what purposes it had. Now in order to save this output in any particular file, what you can do, you can just navigate, you can just use you can use this symbol, and then you can create a new file for it. Let's say file.txt. Even though if you do not have a file, it will create it for you, or if you already have the file, you can redirect the output in that file. So if I type enter, no, we have no idea that the file has been created or not. In order to confirm it, we just need to type ls. Ls is to list the directory, list the current directory, okay, like what kind of files we have. So you can see that it successfully created the file.txt. This is cool, but how we can check that this file has some data inside it or not? So we can type cat command, okay, cat and name of the file that you want to browse on the terminal. So you can see when I type cat file.txt, it literally printed that thing that we have redirected in the file.txt. Simple is that. So let's clear the screen. So we have understood so many things. There is a problem in this command, like for example, if you want to add something else like hello world, I am X, just an example, and let's enter it. When you will ls it and then cat it up, you can see the previous command has been vanished and it literally added the new command. But what if I want to add a new line? There is a problem with this sample. This will override the entire file, but I do not want to overwrite it. I just want to add some other piece of data on the very next line. Then what I can do, the best method is, for example, I want to add hello world, okay, on the next line. So instead of this one sample, you need to use two samples, okay. So once you use two samples and then get it, you will understand that no, it is not overwriting anything but it is adding it to the new line as a new piece of data. So this is how it works. Then we have ls command to list the directory, show files and directories in the current location. We already know it. There are some other commands, just check it out. And then we have a cd command. Now cd command is basically to move to a different directory, okay, in the file system. Now currently where I am, if I type pwd, you can see that currently I am in home and Kali directory. I'm in Kali directory under home, and under home is under root directory. What if I want to go to the desktop? What I can do in that case? Well, for example, if I type ls, you can see we have a desktop. Now in order to move to the desktop, you just need to type cd desktop. You can press tab, it will automatically complete it for you, okay. So cd desktop, as you can see from this, now we have this. If I type pwd, you will be able to see that currently I am on my desktop. So this is how you can basically change the directory. So there are some shortcuts that you want do that you can use. Cd this sample, it will lend you to the home directory, and cd dot dot is very important. It will basically move you one directory back, if I'm not wrong. Let's confirm it. Cd, for example, where I am currently, pwd. So if I type cd dot dot or forward slash, both are same, you can see no, I am one directory back. So this you can use dot dot to move from present directory to previous directory. I will again go to the desktop and clear the screen. So or even though you can use this for previous directory, so it's fine. pwd, we already know it for present working directory, okay. Now we have some important things to perform. I will be teaching you how to copy files and directories how to move files and directories, and how to delete file and directories, and how to create file and directories. Okay, this is important. At first, let's create a directory. In order to create a directory, you just need to type mkdir and name of the directory. Let's name it MasaudSec. Okay, so as you can see on the background, we have MasaudSec and it is already being created. So let's go inside this masaudsec.com directory. Okay, now you can see we are inside MasaudSec. Now I want to create a file in it. How I can do it? You can type a toucher and let's give it any name. For example, uh, follow me. Okay, let's say. Okay, sorry. Follow me. Okay, .txt. So if we type touch follow me.txt, it will tell us that hey, the follow me has been created successfully. As you can see, it is created, but it is empty. If we check the data inside it, it is totally empty. No, what you can do, you can edit it with many text editors like nano, touchpad, leafpad. There are so many others, but currently we will be using CLI based notepad, which is nano. So let's utilize it. I want to edit this file. How I can do it? You just need to type nano and name of the file. Remember, you can automatically complete it by just typing one or two keywords and then press tab. It will complete it for you. Hit enter. As you can see, it is totally empty. You can add any data into it. Hey, I am MasaudSec. How are you doing, bro? Okay, so this is how it works. In order to save it, you can just type Control S and you can see wrote one line, which means it has saved. In order to delete it, here we have a shortcut. So sorry, in order to exit, what you can do, you can just type Control and how X. You will be get out from that nano. Okay, so yeah, it will be closed. In order to confirm it, did we write anything in follow me.txt? Let's confirm it with cat command. As you can see, we have added data into it. You can edit it that nano is a kind, you can call it text editor. So good. Now let me teach you how. Let's create another directory, mkdir. Let's name it directory. Okay, so we have a directory and we have a file. Now if I want to move this file from copy this file from this directory, how I can do it? Simple. We in order to copy, you can type cp command, and in order to move, you can type mv command. So let's first learn copy name of the file and the destination. So I want to copy this file and send it to this directory. Simple is that. You can do it. Hit enter. Let's confirm it. Now you can even though ls the entire directory, like lsdirectory. What this ls will do, you do not need to go inside the directory and then type ls to check the data inside. You can just type list the content of that current directory on the screen with the help of ls command. So you can see the directory have follow me.txt, which means that we have successfully copied the follow me.txt into directory. Now if I want to move it, you can literally type move follow me.txt and then you can give the location. So now you can see we do not have any follow me.txt because with the help of move command we have moved this file to this current directory that we have it in the current location. So you can remove files and directories. For example, let me create another file, touch hi.txt. Now if I want to remove it, how I can do it? I can just type rm and name of the file hi.txt. So you can see we do not have any kind of a file anymore. Well, this is cool. Now the thing is what next we need to do? Okay, can we delete an entire directory with the help of this command? Let's check it out. Rm directory. So you can see I cannot delete this directory with rm command. So okay, because it is a directory. In order to delete a directory, there is another command. You need to add some extra steps, rm-rf. Okay, and then you can just delete any directory with the help of this rm space rf command, and now you will be able to see that we do not have any kind of directory. It has been deleted successfully. Okay, so we already understand about the cat command. In order to search anything in the file, you can just type grep and the data that you want to find, and then simply the file that you want to find data in it. Then we have this find path of we have permissions. This is important. For example, sometime there will be some scripts in python or let's say bash. Let's create one. Touch uh hello dot sh. So let's say we have this script, and this is not an executable script. In order to make it executable, you can just type chmod to change the mode plus x and hello dot sh. Now you can see the color has been changed, which means it is no executable. So sometime you need to make executable things to you can execute the things. I have added here chmod 755 and name of the file. What it will do, it will basically perform this thing. And then we have some other, you do not need to go in such a details, but if you want to go, I will recommend you to just simply copy it and ask ChatGPT, hey, give me the details about the permissions in Linux, how to set permissions, what are the commands for it, and what are the explanation it will give you. Then we have to list processes. We have ps aux, for example. PSAUX, what it will do, it will list down all the running processes, and full format listing users, under any user you can list. Then if you want to kill any process, you can just simply type kill. For example, there is a process running, you can just type the kill and then the process id of that file. It will be literally deleted. And in order to forcefully kill anything, you can just type kill -9 and process ID. So you can even though kill it by name by typing pkill. Okay, then we have monitor processes. You can type top up, and what that top will do, yeah, there are, let's check it out. It will also give you some of the processes running on, like the process id. If I make it full screen for you, you can see process id, it is running under this user and xyz. Okay, so cool. In order to check the current space in you can just type df-h. It will tell you that how much space, sorry, it will tell you how much space is remaining. So yeah, let's say in file system and in other things. Then we have free-h, and we have, this is important, this is really important command, one of the most important command. So we have sudo-su. What this command will do, this will grant you root privileges, means super user. Use with, yeah, be careful with it. So in order to switch user from Kali to root, what you can do, you can type sudo space su. It will ask you the password, and you will be, the password is Kali, which is default. Now you can see we switched to a root user, and it is no red. If I type who am I, it will tell you that no, you are a root user, which means that you are a super user. Okay, you can do anything with the, after that you can delete the entire operating system with a single command. Then we have some important directory like /etc. It contains system configuration file like password, network, and services. We have /var directory, which stands for variable data. It contains logs, databases, and web files. Then we have a root directory /root, which contain root user home directory. Then we have a temp directory. This all directory lies under here cd /. So if you type ls, you can see we have everything, the etc, the details about with the bin, the home directory contain all the users. We have a root, okay, we have usr and so many other things. So let's keep going. Then we have a network commands. clear. And in network command, you have if config. It will tell you your current IP address, the home, the one that is provided by your router. And yeah, it is about network. And if you want to check your internet connection, you can just simply type ping, let's say google.com. So the Google server, if responding you back, it means that the server is active and live. Okay. So in order to log in into any remote machine, for example, if you want to access any VPS, how you can do it? You just need to type uh, uh, SSH, name of the machine, which username on that machine, which is, let's say, root, and the IP address, for example. This is just an example, okay? Don't judge. And then it will ask you for the password. Then you just need to type the password, or if you have the key, you can just use it to yeah. And we have securely copying methods. In order to monitor the network, you have a net state, this command, and modern socket statistics. Okay, this is important. How to install any package. For example, let's say I want to install a Chrome browser. How I can do it? This is really important, because what will happen in future. You will be required to install some packages in Linux, in your Kali Linux, or Debian based, because Kali is Debian based. Yeah. So how we can do it? Let's open our browser. I hope it will work quickly. You can execute multiple commands. There are some others, and then that's more than enough for today. um okay, Linux is a bit. So let's go to the Google and search for Google Chrome. Let me teach you how you can install Google Chrome on your Kali. So I think we are in. Let's go to the official website. Click on download. Yeah, we are going to download it for the Debian.deb. And what will happen? It will be downloaded within few seconds. It will move directly into the downloads directory. So let's go to the downloads directory. cd /home Kali and downloads. Okay. So now let's see. You can see we have this thing, but currently it is not yet completed. So let's wait for its download. Okay, it has been downloaded. So let's clear the screen. And you can see it is in red color. So it required executable permission. Just give it chmod plus x, and name of the file, hit enter. Now you can see it is executable. In order to install it, you just need to type dpkg -i, stand for install, and then name of the Debian based package that you want to install it, and hit enter. That's all you need to do. After that, it will automatically install the Chrome browser for you, and you will be able to utilize that Chrome browser. So you can execute multiple commands, like command number 1, for example, sudo apt update, and you can type and apt upgrade. But currently, let's see that do we have a Chrome right now or not. If you type Chrome, as you can see, Chrome has been installed successfully. And this is how to install Chrome browser or any Debian based package. So I hope you are learning a lot from these tutorials. Make sure to subscribe, follow. Yeah, just press the bell icon, whatever you have it. It will motivate me a lot. We are not done yet, so stay with me. And by the way, in order to execute multiple commands, for example, you can type remember, when you will be a root user, you do not need to type sudo before each command, because sudo is something related with root. Those commands that you must have to run it with root privileges. But if you are a root user, you do not need to type sudo. Okay, so you can just directly type, for example, apt update. And then if you want to execute another command with it, and apt upgrade. What it will do, at first it will run the first command and then it is going to run the second command for you. Okay, this is how this end operator work. So you can see last time we already upgraded, that's why it is not taking time. So yeah, in order to remove any package, you can just type sudo apt and name of the package. It will literally remove it for you. If you want to remove with config files, this is important. You can just type apt purge space name of the package, and it will remove it for you. Okay, and this is how this work if you are not a system user. And I think we are going good. This environment variables, you do not need to learn it right now, but if you are interested, just copy it and check the details on ChatGPT, because you are a beginner level, so I do not recommend to go into so much details. But if you are interested, just copy the command and ask for the explanation. ChatGPT will help you a lot. Always make sure your second mentor is ChatGPT. Okay, I'm your first. So ChatGPT will always remember help you with everything. You can't even imagine the power of AI if you are not using it. I'm 100% sure it is going to bring better people who can do better tasks than you. Yeah. Then we have a wildcard pattern matching file operations. For example, this you can use static in order to find or identify or list down all the txt files in the current directory. This question mark single character, well, there are some details into it. And if you want to move some more advanced command, the tar, you can use it to extract things. And editing, how to edit file, I've already teach you. You can use vim. I will not recommend you to use it right now. So I think that is more than enough, guys. And just make sure to practice it. And if you are interested in private mentorship, learning ethical hacking, penetration testing on a very deep level, then I will recommend you to go for my uh, paid mentorship. If you can go, if you want, I am offering paid live classes individually, and I have already my course on Udemy. I will make sure to give you the link in the first comment. And by the way, 1 second, I just want to show you something, guys. Just stay with me, okay? Do not skip, this is important, I'll be honest. So if you visit my YouTube channel, I am currently uploading lectures related with ethical hacking and penetration testing. So simply just go to the MasaudSec and visit the playlist. And this is the current playlist, you can say. And today I just recorded the fourth lecture for you. Okay, and by the way, you can watch the other lectures as well as and if you are interested in my paid course then I will recommend you to go for it. It is on available, it is on Udemy, and it is just $10. And to be honest, it have 98 plus lectures, 21 hours of total length. It cover everything that you need on offensive side, like ethical hacking, penetration testing, and cybersecurity. So yeah, it is I literally created it, and it is totally a fresh course. You can just click to redeem here, and you can see the price is now $10. Okay, and it have 20 plus modules, like literally it have everything that you need. So much explanation about each and everything, so much explanation you can't even imagine. Okay, and even though if you are not interested in it, I have already created a free bootcamp as well as so you can check it on my YouTube. Visual or a system it is approximately 12 hours of course, and it will also help you a lot. A lot means a lot. It have so many sessions. So just go for it, guys. If you are a student, keep learning, keep exploring. And if you guys have any issue, just let me know in the comment section. And all the details about everything is available on my website, MasaudSec.com. You will be learning, you will find everything. There is a WhatsApp button where you can directly contact with me if you need help, services, anything. I am always available. Take care. Have a good day. Bye. Hi guys, welcome back to the Ethical Hacking 101 Bootcamp, and this is going to be the fifth lecture of our ethical hacking series. As you can see, I'm already in the playlist where you will find out the 4 previous lectures. Today we are going to explore a new lecture which is so important. We have the lecture number 3. We are covering ethical hacking, by the way, and today we will be learning about reconnaissance or information gathering. So much details are involved in this topic, and this topic is going to be really practical and really a bit lengthy. So I'll be clear. The reason is really simple, because so many things are, let's say, so many things need proper explanation. This is your basics. Like, if it is not clear well, then how you gonna perform ethical hacking and penetration testing? So what is reconnaissance? Well, recon is where we gather everything we can about the target. So in recon, what basically we do, we try to gather all the possible information about our target, like the domains, the IP addresses, the open ports, the exposed services, the public available data. Like, if we can pull out the publicly available data about the target. So we will be learning so many techniques, practical OSINT and tools. Definitely so many tools are involved in this. So rather, what so let me quickly jump into the notes. By the way, yeah, so if I go to the reconnaissance, here you can clearly see, remember, this recon that I am covering right now is not enough at all. Then what we need to cover? Well, there is another phase of recon as well, as in which we will be covering web based application. Like, currently we are just covering something which is also important. Let's not go to the details currently, and let's start learning about recon. So recon, reconnaissance refer to the process of gathering information about potential targets of such as computer systems, networks, or website, to identify vulnerabilities and potential points of attacks. It's the first step hackers or security experts take to understand the target before launching any attack or defense. So this is the simple definition of recon. Let me quickly log in into my machine. So we will be doing practical, as I have told you. Well, we have two kind of reconnaissance that you need to understand. The first one is passive recon, and the second one is a active recon. In passive recon, basically passive recon is the method of gathering information about the target, such as it could be a website or network, without directly engaging or alerting the target. So we perform passive recon. We do not alert the target. We do not directly engage with the target. Okay, so the target will not be aware that someone is doing recon. Simple is that. It involves observing and collecting publicly available data, analyzing it to understand the target vulnerabilities, configuration, and potential weak points. It is like watching and listening from a distance to learn about someone or something without interacting with them directly. Simply is that. This is what passive recon means. Now we will be learning about the passive recon. So we can perform Whois, and we can perform NS lookup, we can perform dig. So Whois to query the Whois server, and NS lookup is basically name server lookup that I will be explaining, to query the domain name system server. Okay, and dig is to query the DNS server. Simple is that. Let me explain it a bit. We use Whois to query the Whois record, while we use NS lookup and dig to query the domain name system database record, DNS record. These are publicly available records and hence do not alter the target. Okay, so what is domain name system? What is DNS? Well, DNS, which stand for domain name system, it is like a phone book for the internet. Okay, when you type a website address into your browser, like google.com, this is a website address, like MasaudSec.com, your computer need to know the IP address. Simple is that. IP address is a unique number of the server where the website is located. Now what DNS do? DNS transfers
human-friendly domain names like google.com into a computer-friendly IP address like 172.217.9.46. So this is the job of DNS, to convert this computer-friendly IP address into google.com. Then the internet will definitely, the browser will understand that okay, this guy is demanding for Google, and it will show you Google. It works behind this scene to quickly and accurately route your internet request to the right destination. In essence, DNS helps you to find websites and others internet services by converting easy to remember names into numerical addresses that computer use to communicate with each other. Okay, we will be understanding about, yeah, I hope you got the point. We will also learn the usage of two online services. Well, let's for the first thing is, let's try to understand about the DNS dumpster. Now we will be performing, I hope you already got the concept behind DNS. Now let's try to perform some passive recon. So we have a DNS dumpster that we will be using. DNS dumpster is an online tool used for network reconnaissance, particularly s- sorry, yeah, for particularly for gathering DNS related information about a target domain. It is a part of a toolkit for penetration tester and security researchers who perform information gathering during the initial phase of security assessment. So let's try to understand the DNS dumpster. Okay, so we just need to go to Google and search for DNS dumpster, and you can see we find the first website. Just click on it, and here you need to provide your target. For example, let's say our target is hacker1.com. Okay, so enter the domain to test. You can see DNS recon and research, find a lookup DNS records. So start test. It will try to fetch all the records for you. As you can see that we have so many hosts like this api.hacker1.com. These are the subdomains, docs.hacker1.com, a.ns, okay, b.ns, and www.hacker1.com. These are the and there will be definitely some other records available. Let's try to understand something more. Like we have their IP addresses. We have ANS record, ANS name, Cloud, which is Cloudflare. These are open services. They are using Cloudflare. Direct IP address not allowed. So let's try to scroll down a bit. We have a MX record. You can see this is MX record. Okay, a record. This is a record subdomain from data set, and this is MX record, and this is NS record. These are the records which is that you can use in during your passive reconnaissance, and you can pull out some confidential information about the target. Similarly, we have TXT record, and here you can download it. This is the graphical user interface. Like if you click on it, I think let's leave it right now. So let's try to download this image simply. Let me show you. Okay, so you can see we have hacker1 here, and this is the MX record related with hacker1, and this is the DNS record with hacker1, this is the A record with hacker1. Okay, and these are some of the IP addresses related with it. So this is how it works. You can just pause the video and read further documentation about the things that I have explained here. I will quickly teach you some of the key feature and capabilities of this DNS dumpster. So basically, you can perform DNS enumeration, like you can pull out a record which retrieves you can retrieve the IP addresses associated with the target domain, that for later on you can scan it. You can pull out the MS record, list mail service servers for the domain. You can pull out NS record, identify which will help you to identify the name services and responsible for the domain. TXT record, display text record, and similarly you can pull out the subdomains that I have teach you. You can perform reverse DNS lookup that provide reverse DNS entries to find domain names associated with the IP address. You can pull out some Whois record, and there is a visualization that I have teach you at the end. So yeah, these are the things. I'm not going to go into the details. Just take it screenshot and read it. I don't think so these are hard things, so you can just read it. This is theory. Then we can perform passive domain we can perform passive recon with the help of Shodan.io, as well as for example, Shodan.io is a powerful tool for penetration testers or hackers or security professionals to find exposed devices and services on the internet. When targeting a specific domain, for example crunch.co.uk, you can use Shodan search for various types of devices and services that may be exposed. Here is the 10 important queries which will focus on web-based services only. For example, if you are interested to find HTTP services running on the server with a host name called, it could be anything like x.com, y.com, z.com, depends on you. So you can just type host name crunch.co.uk http.status and 200. What it will do, it will try to find out all the domains or web services related with this host. Let me give you a quick example. I think I should try it. Shodan. Let's do it. So you need to create an account on Shodan. Just click on sign in. If you have an account, you can just go with it. Sorry, you can register. We have two buttons here, register and login. I'll click on login. I think I already have an account, if I'm not wrong. Okay, no problem. I think my credentials are exposed. Okay, now this is a big problem. Okay, guys, so I already logged in. I just logged in, by the way, with my own uh, email address. You can use your Google email, and here you can search for the details about the target. For example, I have asked, the one that I just copied, and you can copy it, and you can see no data found. This is not important that it will always give you the data, but what you can do, you can always try. Okay, for example, facebook.com, and you will find out so many details related with your target. As you can see, there is 408 results found from top countries like United States, Ireland, France, India, Brazil. These are the countries that they have their servers up, and we can find the top organizations, their top products up. And this, for example, this is the IP address. You can just give it a read. You can try to pull out the confidential and important information that you feels like for example, like if you think that this is some sort of important information. And by the way, if you purchase a Shodan premium, even though it will give you some of the publicly available CVEs related with your target. If your target is vulnerable with the publicly available CVEs, it will literally give you the details about it. So you can view the report and you can just become I think let's click on the view report to see what it is giving me. So this is the view report on here on this side. It will give you all the countries. Here you will see that these are the vulnerabilities which is not available currently, operating system that your target is using, what kind of protocol it is using, what web technologies they are using, what kind of products they have, it website titles, what parts they have open, organization related records. So I think this is one of the best thing. And instead of Facebook, you can try on something. For example, let's pick some target that is not be considered as a, I don't think so. Dell have already their own bug bounty programs. So I think you won't be able to find vulnerabilities. Hackers are already working on these things like bug bounty hunters. They literally already report all those vulnerabilities, if it have it. So you can target some of the targets that are not being penetration tested, like they are not the if they are not the part of bug bounty programs. Hackers use this kind of queries already. Anyway, you can check for the open ports using this for specific open ports. You can grab the web banners, and with the help of there is another method through which you can also pull out the web web details, and the one common that I literally use, and I just love it. I'll be honest with you. Let's say I have MasaudSec.com, and if I want to pull out the information, like you can say, it is clearly telling me that, hey, this is a WordPress website, or this is the e-commerce, that these are so much these are literally important information. Like, you do not ignore these informations. Why? Because just imagine, your target is using an outdated version of CMS, okay, and literally you can target it and hit it, and you can hack into it. If, for example, they are using the outdated version of Elementor, let's say they are using the outdated version of anything, in hacking we literally target outdated versions, and through outdated versions we hack into the technologies, and I will be teaching you those things in exploitation phase, which is not the part. So you can always use uh, Weapalizer for Chrome. It is also available for Firefox as well. So you can just use this, and it is so helpful. It will always give you the information about your target. So I hope you got the point. Now let's keep going. Okay, I think let me open my notes where they are. Okay, then we have some other, like to identify web application firewalls, FTP services, SSH services, database services, and so many other things. So we have a kind of summary. For example, you can even though use your Linux in order to find out the Whois record, NS lookup, DNS MX records at DNS server. You can use DNS TXT lookup, so many things. Let me quickly give you an example. For example, let me log in Kali, and let's open the yeah. So let's try to become a root user. So the first thing, let's try who is a let's say the target is Masood. It is totally legal because you are not actively, you are not actively trying to harm the, target. That's why you can do it. You can see MasoudSec.com registry. So, yeah, I did purchase it. So you will be able to find some of the details about me, which I have applied. Most of them are false, because you can modify these details. They are not persistent. They are not persisted. What does it mean? Means the target can modify these details. This doesn't mean that you have find the real details. Okay, then you can just type ns lookup. For example, if you are trying to find a type record, you can just type hyphen type equal to a record, or if you are interested to find mx record, you can type mx, or txt, you can find txt record, or a record. Okay, it's totally up to you. For example, let's say I'm trying to find a record. Okay, so let's try hackme.com, and yeah, you can see we have find some of the records related with try hack me. So this is how this everything work up. I hope you are getting some of the basics related with this, and I think the lecture is going to be lengthy a bit. That's why what I will do, this is the first part of our reconnaissance, and which is passive recon, in which we have covered what is recon and how to perform passive reconnaissance, and after that we will be covering active recon. And once in active recon, I will be deeply teaching you about the nmap, how to perform scanning with the help of it, Like there is so many things that we need to be involved in it. How to check the services, what kind of services we have it, like FTP, HTTPS, IMAP, IMAPS, POP3, POP3S, SSH, SMTP, Telnet, SMTPS. Like literally so many things that need to be explained. After that, I think it will not be done. Then there will be a web application reconnaissance methodologies that I will be teaching you. Okay, after that, after active recon, I will be teaching you some other recon techniques, how to pull out the subdomains of your target, how to scan them. So many things, guys. So many things are involved in it. So for now, take care. Have a good day. I will see you in the next lecture. And guys, one final thing is. If you are interested to find a mentor, if you are searching for a cybersecurity mentor, ethical hacking, penetration testing, I do offer live classes as well as and I have a recorded sessions as well as. And by the way, you can go to the MasaudSec.com and you can find my premium course which is available on Udemy. And it literally have 20 plus modules, 98 plus sections sessions, 20 plus modules, 21 hours plus course. Everything is practical, you can see each and everything. Like literally it have everything covered. And by the way, for it's sorry for extra talk, but just final thing. And if you are interested in finding course modules, you can just visit my website. Link will be available in the bio, and here you can just click on explore all the modules, and you will find out each and everything that I am teaching you. That's all for today, guys. If you have any question, please let me know, and make sure to bookmark this playlist for yourself. Okay, and yeah, have a good day. Bye, take care.
Hi guys, welcome back to the fifth lecture of our Ethical Hacking 101 Bootcamp, in which we will be learning ethical hacking from most basic level to the most advanced level. We will be trying to cover everything that we need. By the way, this is the playlist. If you didn't check it out, please check it now. Currently we have so far we have uploaded 5 lectures. Okay, and this is going to be the 6th lecture. By the way, our last lecture was about recon and its passive reconnaissance. Okay, it is totally based on information gathering, how hackers gather information. So that was the 5th lecture. No, this is the second part of our 5th lecture, in which we will be actively performing recon on the target machines. So let's do it. We have no active reconnaissance. Active reconnaissance refers to the process of actively gathering information about the target network or system. It involves direct interaction and scanning attempts to identify open port services and potential vulnerabilities. So literally you will be directly interacting with your target to find out the open ports, services, potential vulnerabilities by scanning them and doing so many things with the target. This detective work helps security expert or a hacker to find vulnerabilities or weaknesses before launching any attack. So this is how it works. After this, we in active recon, you can use a webalizer to grab some information. Like it is a Chrome tool. If I visit the Chrome browser, you can just go to the Google and type webalizer Chrome extension. So you can just go through it, and you can just literally add it to your you can just simply edit from here. And once you edit, you will be able to see it like this. Let's say that I have my website, which is basically MasaudSec.com, and I'm really interested in to look some basic information about it. So I can always use webalizer, and you can see it clearly told me that hey, it is based on WordPress. So it is a WordPress based website. I'm using WooCommerce, and the version of it, so many and so many things. So basically this is how the webalizer work. So webalizer also, is a kind of passive reconnaissance. So just don't worry about it.
the target will not be alerted. You can use ping command to check whether the server is active or dead of your target, like ping google.com. If it is giving you back response, then it means that the server is active and it is good to go to do some further attacks over it. Okay, after this you can use traceroute command. The traceroute command traces the route taken by the packets from your system to another host. For example, you can just go with trace route, and what I just type trace route, let's say google.com. So yeah, it will give you all the information that is required. That works. You can clearly see how it works. After this, what we gonna do basically, it is the time to do some active reconnaissance stuff. Like Nmap always plays so much important role into this kind of work. So you can always use Nmap. Network Mapper is a powerful and versatile open source tool used for network exploration and security auditing. It is designed to discover host services and vulnerabilities within the computer network, and employs a variety of scanning techniques to gather information about the target system, such as spot scanning, version detection, OS operating system fingerprinting. It is widely used by the network administrator and the security professionals for both legitimate network management tasks and security assessment. So, what we will do here, we will learn some basics command about nmap. You can just type, we need a target, let's say ping test php dot wallenweb.com. Yeah, I got the IP address, so I'll copy this IP and we are going to test this. So you can just type nmap and the IP address for the basic scan. It will scan for you. This will perform a basic scan on the target IP to identify open ports and services. After that, we have the second scan, which is basically TCP sync scan. Some people also called it stealth scan. This scan sends TCP sync packets to determine the open ports, often used for stealthy scanning. So you can use the stealthy scanning in order to determine the open ports. So how you can do it? Actually, you can use it nmap -ss and then IP address of the target, and you can clearly see that the first scan just give me the result, which told me that, hey, there is only one port open, which is 80 port for websites hypertext transfer protocol. You can see the services as it is showing open. So, and the second one didn't work for us. It told me host seems down if it really up, but blocking us to ping. So basically it is blocking us. That's why you can use always pn if the target is blocking you. How you can use it? You can just type p and n. This is how it works. After this, the target is not going to block you. You can just scan it if you want. Now we have the third scan, which is basically TCP connect scan. This can establish a full TCP scan connection with each port to check the openness. For the openness, so you can check for the open ports with the help of with the help of this TCP connect scan, which is basically nmap space -st. So I'll this always take time. That's why I'll open another terminal and I'll just go with nmap -st and I'll hit the IP address of the target. Remember, if it blocking you, you can always go with the pn. So yeah,
this will started giving you the result. Yeah, I think this ST is fine. Now we have UDP scan. So basically the scan checks for the open UDP ports, which are, we have two type of ports. The one is TCP based ports, and the other is UDP based ports. And I'll recommend you to just go to the YouTube and search about OSI model and learn some basic about networking. uh, yeah, basically these are very basic. So even though you can just let me show you something, you can just go to the chat GPT as always, and um you can just type what is the difference between TCP and UDP, and you can ask the first question that what is TCP UDP, then it will give you each and everything. So TCP stand for transmission control protocol, and UDP stand for user datagram protocol, are the two transport layers protocol used in computer networks. Here are the main difference. So you can just go through it, or even you can ask the chat GPT about OSI model. You can just Google it and you will get so many things. So here for the UDP scan, you can use nmap-su. So let's open our terminal, and you can see that it is taking time. The first one is done, and it have literally give me only one open port. So this is how it works. Now this time what I'm gonna do, I'll just replace this SS, if I'm not wrong, with SU for UDP scan. Yeah, so basically SU, this is how it works, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so you can just go with S and U, and it will started scanning UDP based port scan for you. After this, we have some other commands. I'm not going to do all of them as it is taking so much time. You can do it by yourself. If you want to detect the versions, like if you want to detect the version, this scan attempts to determine the version of the services running on the open ports. For example, you have done the port scan, and if you are really interested to look for their versions too, that those running ports have services and what kind of versions they have. It might be possible some of them are outdated and vulnerable versions, so you can exploit those vulnerabilities. Here is the thing, and the main thing is you can use it -sv and then the IP address of the target, so the version detection will work like this. After this, we have operating system detection. You can just go with nmap-o, and then you can literally give the IP address of the target machine, and it will do full scan try to identify the operating system on the target. After this, if you are interested to do a full range scan, full port scan, for example, there are so many ports, and you are interested to do 65,000, you want to scan 65,000 ports, you actually can do it, okay, with the help of this tool. All right, now you are interested to scan the entire ports. For example, there are more than 65,000 ports, so you can actually scan them with the help of this command. Nmap-b and then 1 to 65,000 ports. So you can literally scan all of them, and it will look for detail that which port is open and which is closed. Definitely it will take a lot of time, and if you want to do aggressive scan, you can always go with nmap-a. This scan is the basically combination of operating system detection, version detection, script scanning. It will do script scanning for you to look for the vulnerability, trace route to get the comprehensive information. So it is a kind of all in one, but still I have written here some of the other commands for you, and here you will be confused that, hey Masoud, what does those SS means, SU means, that you have right, SV means, O means, and so many things. So remember, -SS perform for TCP scan, for the for TCP sync scan, for TCP ports to identify the
open ports and the services. Similarly, SU stand for UDP scans to check for the open ports in UDP as well as their services. And SV, with the help of SV, you can detect the versions of you can detect the versions determined. Basically, SV enables version detection to determine services versions running on the open parts, and -o for operating system and all the stuff that I have already tell you about. Now if you want to look for the vulnerabilities, you can literally scan your target with these commands: nmap -ss -su, and then you can specify the range of the ports, and you can just write --" script vuln. This, what it will do, it will scan all the ports. Once it get the open ports, it will run scripts on the open ports, means it will try to find out different vulnerabilities for you. If it is discover any vulnerability, it will show you on the terminals, and we will use it in future, in a practicals, so you will get a good grip over it. And also you can use it with T4 for extra speed, so it will work faster than the above one if you want to make the script faster. And SS always stand for TCP sync scan for open ports, and -s you perform UDP scan for UDP ports, and the rest of the things. Now here we have some common protocols and versions, and let's explore those common protocols and versions one by one. So basically, common protocol and services, you will face them so much time. We have different protocols like FTP, HTTP, IMAP, POP3, SMTP, Telnet, with their own port numbers, like here I have mentioned 21, 80, 143, 110, 25, 23, and their applications for what purpose they are used. Like FTP always used for file transfer, HTTP you can use it for websites, World Wide Web, and the rest of the for emailing. And at the end one, the Telnet, we basically use it for remote access, so you will be able to remotely connect with any machine. Let's explore them. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocols. Its definition is something like this. It is the protocol used for transmitting web pages and data over the internet. It enables communication between web browser and web server, and the default port it used is basically it used the 80 port for HTTP, and for secure connection, which is HTTPS, it can use the 443 and 8080 by default. And after that we have FTP, which is basically file transfer protocol. So you can use it. It is a protocol for transmitting files between computers over the network. So you can send the files over the network using computers. It allows you to upload and download files to and from a remote server. So this is how you can do it, the file transfer protocol. And remember, it uses 21 port and 20 port for FTP data. Then we have some POP3, SMTP, and you can say IMAP. You can just go through their definitions. They are basically same. Some of their job is to send emails from your email client to the email server. So this is how they basically use it to transfer emails. And the IMAP, which is basically Internet message access protocol, it is a protocol of accessing and managing emails directly on the email server. It allows you to view messages without downloading them and keep them synchronized across the devices. And they use some ports like 143 for unencrypted, and for encrypted connection they always use 993. And similarly we have SMTP, which is basically, you can say it is a protocol for sending emails from your email client to the mail server, as I have already told you. And the POP3 is also work in the same way. I have mentioned here some extra protocols that you can just go through them. There is no need to memorize them, but you must have a basic ability
To understand that, we can use SSH for remote access and file transfer, and we can use FTP, SMTP, and SMTPS for emailing. Similarly, we can use HTTPS and HTTP for World Wide Web for internet, and we can always use FTP for file transfer, telnet to connect with any computer remotely. Okay, guys, I think that should be enough for this topic. What we will be doing, we will be starting a new topic, a new module in the next uh, video or tutorial. But currently, do not skip. It is something which is really important. If you want a personal mentor who have the ability, like if you are searching for a mentor that teaches cybersecurity, ethical hacking, and penetration testing, then I have training options for you. You can just visit my website MasaudSec.com. You will be able to find out the recorded sessions, which is approximately 20 plus modules, and literally it contain 98 plus lectures or 20 hours plus boot camp. If you want to go for live classes, I will be teaching you one on one. Yeah, live classes, individual mentorship is also possible, so you can just go for it. By the way, in order to find my course, you just need to visit the paid section and click on anyone, and you will be redirected to the course up, so you can see the rating. And currently it is by the way test, and it have everything that you need. So it is almost contain everything that uh, being needed, to start the cyber security, ethical hacking, penetration testing. And by the way, it is all in one, which means it cover everything, every topic that you need. So it is worth watching. I will recommend you to go for it. Or even though if you are interested to go for a live mentorship, then it is also possible. You can just contact me on any social media platform, or on my website you will be able to find out WhatsApp, and here you will be able to find all the modules. And by the way, I have created one more course about ethical hacking, cyber security, and penetration testing. If you click on
in which
demo, here you can see I have literally uploaded a 12 hours long course about cyber security. So yeah, 1 month, just 1 month ago, and you can see the viewership, people are literally loving it. So you can just go for it if you want. And I think it is enough for now. So see you in the next lecture. Have a good day. Bye. Okay, guys, welcome back to the branded new session of our ethical hacking 101 bootcamp. And today we are going to cover module number 4, which is scanning and enumeration. And definitely one thing I will be ensuring that last time in reconnaissance we cover active recon as well as passive recons, but still there are things which is remaining, like how to find the domains and subdomains and IP addresses, but the things that we have learned, how to find the exposed services, like how to perform nmap scan in order to find open ports, the services that they are using, and we briefly cover about all those things. So if you guys are not aware, I will recommend you to check out the previous video, session number 6. And by the way, it is an entire playlist, which means that this is our section, sorry, module, you can call it lecture number 7. Okay, so we have the lecture number 7, in which we will be covering few of the things related with the previous modules, and new things about the new module, in which I will be teaching you specifically scanning, how to scan your targets up, and how to perform enumeration. So the thing is, we will be using uh, different things, but let's first try to understand how this thing will work. Anyway, in reconnaissance, we have few things to pull out. For example, let me open my Linux machine, and by the way, we need to install few tools for that. For example, in my notes, if we go to the web security, let me quickly find out without wasting time. Okay. So here we have few of the things that we need to perform. By the way, guys, I have created one of the video related with web security automation, which is approximately 1 hour and 30 minutes long session. Let's quickly find out that thing.
So I will highly recommend you to check out. So yeah, that will be really really good for you guys. For example, web security automation by MasaudSec. You just need to type this one, okay? And if I'm not wrong, um let's quickly go there, okay? Don't worry, I'm not wasting your time. It is worth watching. I will highly recommend you to check out that thing as well. As let's yeah, here we go. Bug bounty recon, Bug Bounty Recon and Automation Bootcamp 2025, Subdomain Enumeration Nuclei and Bubsuit Workflow. So it is an entire module, like literally I have covered everything from brick to brick, you will not believe, okay? So I will highly recommend you, if you want to deeply go to the enumeration, if you want to deeply go to the subdomain enumeration, scanning through Bubsuit, all those things, then literally this video is for you, okay? This is literally for you, and it can change your life. You can apply all those methods in bug bounty as well as, okay? So let me quickly open the terminal. Okay, so I don't know why this, okay, fine. um the next thing that we will be doing, at first let's understand some basics of, so let's quickly use a sub finder in order to find the subdomains of our target. So sub finder, just type sub finder. It, if it is not installed, just reply with y and give the password, which is kali, and it will install sub finder for you quickly. By the way, we are currently learning enumeration, okay? So which is, you know, the recon, sorry, sudo su. Let's quickly, and no, let's quickly go to the home, kali, desktop. Let's create a directory, let's name it test. Let us go there, and we will be performing everything in the test directory. So after that, let's pick a target, for example sub finder, and then let's pick a target which is suppose crunch, crunch.co.uk. By the way, they have their bug bounty program, so there will be no issue for us at all. And I want to save the output in a sub finder.txt, okay? So what this tool will do, this will literally try to pull out all the subdomains, and here I am just using one single tool. Okay, yeah, we can just use multiple tools, so we can just use multiple tools for that thing in order to pull out more and more domains, and then we can combine all those domains in a one single file, and then we can just find out the like active domains. For example, if you use subfinder, asset finder, and find domains together, these are different tools that will give you different results. Then you can combine those results together, and after that you can pull out the active domains and delete those domains that are not working. So it will be an extra result for you. That's why I told you to go back to the video in which I have explained the bug bounty, automation, recon, each and everything, because there I have covered all the techniques. So after that, we if we check, we have find out some of the subdomains, approximately 66. So after that, what we need to do next? Well, then we know that this file can contain some of the domains that will be live and some of the domain that will not be live. So for that, we need a tool. We basically need a tool that with the help of that tool we can just simply um, yeah, we can just simply pull out only the active domains, and remove the, remove those domains that are simply not working. So what we can do, we can just type httpx github, and here we have another tool that will be awesome for the usage. So let's quickly check out its installation. So it required go language, and let's try to use it. I know it will not be working, because the go is not installed. So let's install it quickly. Apt install gcc go hyphen go. So it is approximately 231 MB. It will be quickly installed, and I think it will take a bit of time, but it's okay. Let's wait up. Remember, most of the tools are written in go language, so you need to hit this command. It is just one time go installation, that's all, and after that the go will be installed, and then you will be able to install all the tools that normally required go language, to execute it. So just wait. Okay, it is almost done. So quickly, let's hit the command again. Okay, seems like invalid version 1.4 must be. Okay. So maybe it is not accepting the latest version. Go hyphen hyphen version. Mm, invalid version 1.2.4 must match the format 1.2.3. No problem. Okay, apt purge go. Sorry. Apt install golang hyphen go. Let's try this. I mean, we have installed it. Sometime Linux will throw some errors that will be unexpected. But this is all you can do to try and to solve the issues. Just use Google and ChatGPT. If you ever encounter some issues, try to solve it with the help of ChatGPT and Google. I will recommend you to go for ChatGPT. These are technical issues. Sometime you will face. Simple is that. So let's try again. As you can see now, it is working perfectly. That was the issue with the version. So when we try apt install golang hyphen go, the old version automatically removed, which was, I think, the new, not the no old. Maybe that was not compatible. So it replaced with the new go version, which is working perfectly for us. So the good thing is, the tool is working, and it is currently in installation phase. So we can just wait for the results, and then we will be using the same tool. Okay, let's wait a bit. Okay, so seems like it is done. Now let's try to use it. Um Our target is to pull out all the active subdomains from a list of subdomains. Let's first check it up. The tool is working or not with us. So we need to go to the root, go, bin, and here we have HTTPX tool. So just move it from here to user bin. Let's go to the desktop and let's go to the desktop and let's try this HTTPX again, and it is working perfectly. Now we can use this tool in order to find in order to pull out all the subdomains from the from this yeah, from this we can pull out all the active subdomains from this current subfinder.txt, because it contains dead domains as well as that we do not need it. So in order to use this tool, you just need to get a subdomain subfinder.txt, and then you can use the tool httpx, and after that a hyphen L for the list. You need to provide the list which is definitely subfinder.txt, and we need to redirect the results into let's say live domains, live subdomains, live subdomains.txt. So what this tool will do, this will simply shift all the domains all the live domains up into this sub yeah, into a new list. So basically we are pulling out the active domains from the list. The list that we have it is this one, and we are pulling out into a new list which is live sub dot. Yeah, so in order to confirm it, live, so you can see that we have this much and find. Okay, sorry. By the way, let's get it. Let's get the sub. We have so many. So get live, and here in this list, it is few. I don't think so. These are 66. It could be like less than 20. Okay, yeah, it could be. So these are the domains that we can work on. We can scan these domains up using burp suite. We can scan these domains using nuclei. So you can provide a list of, and there is so many things involved in it, by the way. Now the next thing that we will be learning, like literally you can scan these all subdomains and you can try to find out which subdomain contain vulnerabilities. You can simply install another tool called Katana that will help you to pull out all the endpoints or yeah, all the endpoints are parameters that will be available, and after that you can even though scan those parameters as well as so I'll be teaching you about those things. Just don't worry, stay with me. The next thing that we will be doing is to install nuclei in order to scan these domains. Okay, so you just need to type nuclei, just install it, reply with y. It will install nuclei for you. Nuclei is a scanner that you can use it to scan the target. So okay, so it is open source, like created by Project Discovery, and it is free. You can use it without any issue. So the thing is, let's wait. You can by the way scan a single target with the help of nuclei, or you can scan the entire list of domains or subdomains. For example, let's remove this one because we do not need it. We have, let's say, a list called subdomains of live subdomains.txt. So what we will be doing in that case, let's try to scan it with the help of nuclei. Okay, so you just need to type nuclei hyphen l for the list, and provide the list of the subdomains, which is live hyphen subdomains.txt. And in order to save the results, hyphen o for output, just name it nuke results.txt. Okay, now what it will be basically doing, it will be trying to find all the possible vulnerabilities in these domains, and it will give you more than more results. What does it means? It means it will try to find, wow, like there are different types of vulnerabilities. Some will be informative, that will give you information about the target, and some will be, low hanging fruit, some will be medium vulnerability, some will be high and critical like excesses, and all those other things. So definitely it will be trying to scan each and every domain. It will take time. It also depends on your internet speed, and also it depends on how good PC you are using. Anyway, yeah, it's most of the time it depends on the internet connection, but if you have a good PC, it will be also good, because sometime it will uh, yeah, put some load on your machine. The reason I will not go into the depth of this module, there is a big reason. Let me show you something. So the thing is really simple. If I started teaching you all these things again from the scratch, I think it will take so much time, and maybe the lecture will be exceeded to 2 hours. So let me tell you something. I have already covered this module. So the recon and automation, the video I've already told you, and what I did, that is important. At first, in that module, I cover subdomain enumeration, in which I use three tools like subfinder, asset finder, and findable. And I did it step by step, like installing the tools and then using the tools. So these are the commands. In order to find out the subdomain, you need to put this for subfinder, and then we have for asset finder, and then we have for find domains. And we will get three separate files for subfinder, for asset finder, and for find domains, that will be containing different subdomains. Then we will be using we will be sorting them like in a single file. We will combine all these three files in all.txt, and we will be making it sure to remove all the duplicates, so there will be no duplicates. Okay, so yeah, it will be a unique sort. U means uniquely. Then the step 2, we will be running httpx on them. So what httpx will do, httpx will give us only live subdomains, okay, from all.txt. Then the next step that we did is to install Vemor, Katana. So what Vemor and Katana will be doing, through with the help of Vemor, it will be using internet archives like webback URLs, align word, and others, to pull out all the available links of your target. And similarly, Katana is a live active crawler that you can use to simply crawl or find. Yeah, it will pull out all the endpoints for you as well as, but the only difference between them is the one is working actively, directly engaging with target, and the one, it will pull out the publicly available data of the target. And then this is how to use Vemor, and some requirements are required to install it. I have already teach each and everything in the video. So we at the end we combine these both results, and here this is the command where you can pull out all the interesting parameters that could contain confidential details like PHP file, backend database files, each and everything. And at the end there are so many things, like I cannot explain them one by one, it will take time. And at the end we literally use a framework like nuclei, how to use it, how to install it, how to run it on different techniques, and how to send this all data to the burp suite to scan it further. Yeah, burp suite has been covered. So here we are sending all the data to the burp suite for scanning. So the burp suite will further enumerate, scan, and find vulnerabilities for us. So and here at the end of the day, we literally automate these all steps, like from the top to the bottom. I created a base script where we can perform all these steps, so all these 10 steps, so in a one single tool. You just need to type bash recon.sh, and that's all. After that, you just need to put your target, and it will automatically try to run these all tools for you, each and everything. Okay, so I have already covered and explained this thing in my this video, so I will highly recommend you. Hi, just simple, go for the video. I will be making it sure to attach it in the first comment. Yeah, it will, you will find out this video in the first comment. Just go for the details. It is a brief explanation. I don't think so after watching this video you need anything else. For example, you
In
can
that
see this is
particular, you
how
can
we
call
are
it
testing
live
this
subdomains.
particular target. And here you will be able to find out how we are sending all those data.
Unfilter
But
URLs
Bubsuit on the
parameters with
backend,
equal
Bubsuit
to
is literally
dot.
scanning for us. And here you can see how we are automating this entire process. So it is a really amazing video. I don't feel like to create another video on the same topic. This is all in one, and I think that is more than enough for you guys. You will enjoy it. So I think that should be enough for this module. I will see you in the next lecture. Have a good day.
Alright family, welcome to the branded new tutorial, and today we are going to learn about content discovery vulnerability or information disclosure vulnerabilities. This could be one of the most critical and important vulnerability, because with the help of information you can do anything. You know that information is everything. So if you discover some critical information, then it means you can hack into the entire infrastructure. So basically, let's explore content discovery. Remember, before diving into content discovery or information disclosure vulnerabilities, we should know about the content in the sense of web security, because we are here learning the web application penetration testing. So basically, before diving into content discovery or information disclosure vulnerabilities, we need to learn about what is content. Firstly, we should ask, in the context of web application security, content can be many things, like a file, video, picture, backup file, a backup, yeah, a website feature. That could be a website features too. This content could be, for example, pages or portals intended for the staff. For example, login panels, login portals that are private for the internal users, like administrations or internal staff for the company. And it could be older versions of the website, backup files. You can literally find the entire backup file of any website if there is a content discovery flaw in it. So configuration files are also included in it. Also, you can find out administrative portals or administration panels too, for login and password. Okay, this could be something called content. Now let's we will do some practical hands-on, but let's learn about information disclosure. No, information disclosure or content discovery, both are same. Remember, uh, information disclosure, also known as information leakage, is when a website unintentionally reveals sensitive information to its users. Depending on the context, website may leak all kind of information to a potential attacker, including data about other users, such as usernames or financial information, sensitive commercial or business data, technical details about the website and its infrastructure, like backup files or source code, etc. So here we learn some basics about content discovery or information leakage or information disclosure vulnerability. Now it is the time to learn to perform some practicals in order to learn how this vulnerability works. So we will go to the Potswager labs, and we're gonna solve some labs there. Our first lab is information disclosure in error message. So let's go to our Linux machine and open the browser. you must be an account on Podswagger, as I earlier told you. So just type information disclosure Podswagger. That's all you need to type on Google, and you will be redirected to this official page. Just open the first one. Don't worry, I'll pin the link of this particular location in the resource section. So here we have all the labs. Let's open the lab. We will solve the first three lab, which is important. Let's do it one by one, and at the end I will teach you how you can automate the entire process of finding these kind of vulnerabilities. So we have the very first lab, which is basically information disclosure in error message. So what does it means? It means that the lab this lab verbose an error message reveals that it is using a vulnerable version of third-party framework. So there is a third-party framework which is basically vulnerable that that is using by this website. So to solve the lab, obtain and submit the version number of the particular framework. What we will need to do, basically the first thing that we will need to access the lab, and after that we have to find the third party framework, and we can only find it with the help of error message. We have to make some errors in order to reveal the hidden content of the website. Now how this is possible, let's go to the website, and literally you can see it is the solutions tab where you will need to provide the solution. And the important thing is this is just a simple website with no extra details. So if I click on any particular order or product, you can clearly see here is the price, its review, and some description about the product, and then you can just click on return to the list. But the most important thing is just if you look at the URL, you can clearly see it is the URL of the website, and it is fetching something from the server, which is basically product question mark product ID equal to 1. So if I change this 1 to 2, let's see how it will respond me. You can see I am able to navigate to the other products. So this is second product, and if I navigate to the fourth product, actually I am able to see other products too. Now what if I provide here some query that doesn't exist on the server? Then definitely the application will throw me an error, and that error will basically reveal the third party framework details. So what I will do here, I will type something here, for example hello word, which is definitely you can type anything, it doesn't matter at all, but just remember, just provide something that is not listed on the server. So definitely here is only product which accept numeric values like 1 2 3 etc. So here what I'm doing, I just change the content, just putting a random value, so that this value will be not present on the server, and the server will be confused and it will throw me an error. So let's do it. And here you can clearly see that they just told me that internal server error, which means that there is an internal server error for input this that I have uploaded. Now if I started scrolling down, there is nothing important in it, like I'm not literally able to see anything that is relevant with the third party framework. But at the end, the last one line, if you see clearly, it's written clearly that Apache starts 2.3. basically this is the vulnerable version, which is vulnerable. If you copy it and go to the Google and type exploit for it, you will be able to see so many exploit for it to exploit this particular vulnerability. But this is not right now relevant to the topic. I will teach you how you can find exploits in our penetration testing section. So basically currently we are just bonded to the lab. We have successfully discovered there is Apache Struts running on this particular server. this is third-party framework which is vulnerable. So copy the code, copy the version of this particular third-party framework, go back, just click on the submit solution and paste it and see the magic. Just wait a bit, zoom out a bit and reload it one time, and you can clearly see they just told me that congratulations, your lab, you solved the lab. So this is how you can solve this lab by giving an by creating an error message. So the server was not able to validate the errors properly, that's why it delivered me an error. Alright, our second lab is information disclosure on debugging page, debug page. What does this mean? Let's explore it. So we have the second lab. Let me open the lab, and basically this lab is about there is some information disclosure vulnerability on the debugging page. Basically this lab contains a debugging page that disclose sensitive information about the application. To solve the lab, obtain and submit the API key in the environment variable. So basically we have to find the secret key in environment variable to solve the lab. Basically we have to discover some sensitive information about this website. So just open it in a new tab, and you can also see the solution here. So yeah, in case if you are facing any problem, but after watching my tutorial I don't think so you will need to look for the other solutions. Okay, so this is going to be our target. Now we have to discover the information. To do this, the only thing you need to do is to copy the URL, go to your burp, target, scope, remove the old one, paste the new one. Okay, after this just go to the target section, sitemap, click on the filters and show only in scope items, and I am not able to see anything. The reason is I have to refresh the website one time. So let me refresh it, and in my burp you will be able that I got the target here, okay, in sitemap. So we have to discover the hidden information of this particular website. To do this, you just need to do right click, and here the fifth one option, the fifth one option, engagement tools. Just go there, and can you see the last third option, which is basically discover content. So you can find the hidden content, you can discover the hidden content of any application with the help of this feature. This is only available in burp suite professional version. Okay, so just click on it. After that you can see the session is not running, so just make sure that it should run. I just click on it and the session has been started. You can clearly see it is making requests, a lot of requests, and a faster requests. So basically what it gonna do, if you see it clearly, it will try to find for us all the extensions that is based on PHP, JSP, HTML, HTMS, PX, ASP. Basically these are the different languages for web applications, and these are the extension based files, and it will also try to find out GIF files, jar files, JPG files, and it will try to find out backup files for you, config files for you, and so many other things. Okay, it will auto detect for you. This engine is specially created. You can even though provide a custom list too if you want, but I will teach you at the end, don't worry. It is going to we are going to automate that process. The most important thing is you can also see the sitemap. You know how this is going to work. This will work in if it successfully discover anything new, the content discoverer will started adding that particular pages or folders here in the sitemap section. You can see the result here too, and also you can click here. Okay, so this is how it looks like. And if you see it, here is an image folder, resources folder, solution button, product, and it is something important, it contains CGI bin too. So the CGI-bin, let's explore it, how it works. If I go to the main website and at the end just type /CGI hyphen bin. Okay, so this CGI bin contain a PHP information.php file. Let's click on it, and literally you can see that it is a PHP version based file which contain all the informations regarding the server. So it contain API keys, secret keys, each and everything. This could be a very confidential file. You can clearly see it is revealing the PHP version which it is using Ubuntu machine. What was our ultimate goal? To find the secret key. Now to find the secret key, you just need to copy it, come here and just type Control F, and here in the bottom left you can clearly see, you can find anything, just to paste the secret key, and literally you can see that it discover secret key for me. So just copy the secret key, go back to the lab again and click on submit solution and answer the question in which we need to submit the particular key. And you can clearly see they just told me that, hey, congratulations, you have solved this lab. So this is how these vulnerabilities work. We have done with the second session of information disclosure vulnerability. I will see you in the third lecture of this particular lab, not this lab but next one. Okay, stay with me. Alright guys, now let's learn the art of automation, how actually you can automate this entire process of finding information. So here I am going to teach you different techniques. You can go with the with FUF is a tool basically that can be used to find information disclosure vulnerabilities or information leakage. Also here I written my own private command which is totally private, and also I will teach you about the graphical user interface of two techniques. So basically let's do it one by one. Let's suppose that this is going to be my target. Yep, so basically this is going to be my target. What I need to do, at first I will teach you how actually you can do it with the help of dir buster. Now remember, dir, you just need to type dir and you can see that here we have a dir buster tool. Dir buster is basically a tool, a graphical user interface based tool with the help of which you can find the hidden information in any website. You just need to provide the path of the website, and let's provide the path. This is going to be my target. You can specify your speed here. I will recommend you to do not cross the 20 or 30 because it will be so much faster. 20 or 30 threads means per second. So the next thing is you need to provide the file for the brute forcing. Now if I told you that we have common.txt already in our machine, how actually we can find it? So let me open a new let me open a new tab and just type locate common.txt. You will be able to see common.txt here in the user share wfuzz world is general, and at the end common.txt. It is also here, and it is literally also here, and it is also here. Okay, so whatever you are comfortable with, just make sure that it should be the same one. These all are same. Okay, just multiple backups. Remember, already this file is already present in your Linux. So if you are confused then what does it contain, just open it with leafpad, and literally you can clearly see it contains some raw data. It will put all these keywords at the end of the URL. For example, let's say we have this target, let's say we have this keyword. Okay, this keyword configure or configuration, let's say this one, or configs. So copy it. What it will do, it will just go to the particular target, it will type slash and it will paste that particular keyword. So it will type and if it discover, it will show us that hey, I have got 200. Okay, and if it didn't discover for me, it definitely will not is not going to give me anything. So this is how you can do it. So let's close the file and provide the full path. So basically we have this path, just copy it, and after copying it, just paste it here. Okay, this is going to be the path of our file. And now let's maximize it and click start attack. After starting the attack, you can clearly see that it is 8% done and 1% done. So you can see the result here in the result section. Okay, and literally you can see that it discover backup file for us, backup directory for us, product file for us. Remember, it is the most important thing that you have to understood, that here is the found, the things that will found, you will be able to see them here. Here it is telling you it is a directory or a file, and here you will be able to see the responses. Just stay with 200 responses, from 200 to 299 responses, and from 300 to 399 responses. Just ignore the 400 responses and the 500 responses, because they will be always, nothing found. They will be definitely errors. So here, this is how it works. You can automate this process. You can clearly see it have literally discovered the backup file for me. If I right click on it and click on show response in browser, you can see it have discovered for me. Okay, you can do this with the help of this web application that contain web application penetration testing tool that have a graphical user interface. This is something called deerbuster. Okay, the second thing is that you can literally do it with the help of deerbuster, with the help of, sorry, you can literally do it with the help of content discoverer that I told you earlier. So you can just right click on the target, click on engagement tools, just click on the third content, discover the content. This is just a website, okay, and the backend that I am doing. So just don't worry that from where I grab, that could be any random lab, it doesn't matter at all. So just go to the config, and this time I'm going to use my own custom list. So just click on it and provide your custom list. So to provide the custom list, it seems like my custom list is in home directory, Kali desktop. Yeah, so basically I have to check where. Yeah, it is on desktop commands and command.txt. So let's go to the yeah, go to the desktop and commands and command.txt. Here we have, so just make sure. Okay, so after that just it is for file list. Okay, custom directory list, you can also provide the same file in the directory list too if you want, and make sure to uncheck the rest of the stuff because we do not need them. Okay, we are just doing it with our own technique. So just make sure that the session is running, and you will be able to see the response here. Here you can see it literally started discovering for me, and it discovered the backup files within few seconds. So this is how it works. The third technique that I am going to teach you is basically FUF. FUF is a tool that you can use to find hidden content that so just clear the screen, just type FUF. It is already installed in my Linux. If not, it will ask you that do you want to install, just go with yes and it will be done. After that let me give you the command that I have automated for myself using ChatGPT. So I'll not lie, basically you can clearly see this is a command. You do not need to mess with the command. What it will do, it is very fast, and it will try to find out 200 okay responses and 300 okay responses for you, and it will show you. So basically here the important thing is that you will need to provide the URL of your target, and at the end you have to type fuzz. So what I will do here, if I go to my Google and open anyone, and let's type MasaudSec.com, which is my own website. Currently it is under the construction while making this course. So let's see it is active or not. Yeah, seems like my website is active, so I will copy the URL. And please do not try this on my website, okay? Because it sent too much traffic, so the website might be get down. It is a request, so just paste it. And you can literally see that I just get some extra stuff, so just remove it. And this is how it looks like. The protocol, which is https full colon and MasaudSec.com, which is the target, and at the end you just need to type fuzz. Seems like is there anything I need to learn? No, everything is fine. So just copy the command, copy the entire command. What it will do, it will brute force this whole list that is pre comes in Linux, so you do not need to change the path or do anything. Just always change the location of the target, URL of the target. So just copy it. I am teaching you multiple techniques because in some cases if someone didn't work for you, you can always go for the second one, okay? So just paste it, and you can clearly see literally that the FUF is now started working, and it is started sending the request. So it has successfully discovered CGI bin for me, and it will be still, it is still under the process. Something that it will successfully find, you will be able to see those stuff here in your terminal. Right now I'm closing it because it is sending a lot of traffic. It is one of the most faster tool. You can clearly see that it have sent 300 plus requests in few seconds, okay? And it have discovered this stuff for me, so I don't know what the hell is this. Okay, just leave it. Just close it. We have bunch of tools, like we have Pharaoh Buster, we have Go Buster, we have Deer Buster, we have so many tools, but just stick with few like this FUF one and Deer Buster, which have a graphical user interface, and Burp Suit for brute forcing. Okay, these three techniques to automate this process is more than enough for you. I don't think so we need to add more extra stuff. Later on you can learn them by yourself. All tools are same with just some different methodologies. Okay, we have just done with this module. If you have any question, let me know. Yeah, so take care of yourself. Have a good day. Bye.
All right, beautiful people, welcome back to the branded news session. And today we are going to learn about SQL. So it is basically going to be a structured query language. I will teach you some of the basics. I have seen so many content creators online. They basically teach SQL injection. So our ultimate goal is SQL injection. But if you are a beginner and if you have no knowledge how SQL works, then how you will be able to perform SQL injection on web applications? So that's why before diving into SQL injection, you should have the knowledge about SQL language. So we will cover SQL, and once we just done with the SQL, then we gonna, don't worry, I will not going to be in depth into this stuff because I know we are not here to learn some programming or development stuff, but you have some basic knowledge about SQL, then you will be able to perform SQL injection attacks. So basically SQL stands for structured query language. Basically it is a programming language designed for managing and manipulating relational databases. Yeah, so you can basically manipulate and manage relational databases. It allow user to interact with databases by performing operations. So you can basically perform operations with the help of SQL. Like what kind of operation? Those operations can be retrieving the data, inserting new records into tables, inserting record into database, whatever you call it. You can basically update the existing record, and you can delete the record if you have already some records in your database. So basically SQL use a set of commands such as select, insert, update, and delete to interact with the data stored in the database. It provides a standardized way to communicate with database, and is widely used in application and system involve data storage and retrieval. So that was just simple, you can call it, introduction or definition about SQL injection. You will get all this stuff in your notes, so just don't worry about anything. Okay, after that I want you to teach you some basic things about databases, how to create tables, xyz, some basic stuff. So the first thing I need to teach you is like how you can create database in SQL language. You just need to type create database, and then you can just specify the name of the database. Like for example, let's give it a name, my database. Okay, then just terminate it with the with semicolon. Yeah, so this is how you can actually create a database, by just typing create database and name of the database. That's all. Now if you want to use that database in order to perform some operations on it, you can actually use this was all about like, let me add a hash, how to create a database. Okay, database. After this I'll teach you how you can actually use the database, the usage. Okay, the use of database. Okay, to use the database you just need to type the keyword use, and then you need to provide the name of the database, in which in our case its name is basically my database. Okay, so basically this is how you can use the database. Now it is the time, like I want to create some tables into it. How I can do it? You can actually create a table. Let's say how to, these are the comments, so just ignore it, just for clarity that you should know how it works. So how to create tables in database. Basically you can create a table by just typing create table, and then you need to provide the name of the table. For example, I want to create a table for the users, so I just need to provide users. That's all I need. After this you can provide the data inside that user. Let's say just use those brackets, and then just give it some enters. After that you can provide the what kind of columns you want to create into this particular database. So this particular table. So let's say I want to create id, and then I want to create a username column, and then that will definitely contain usernames of the users. And after that I want to create a new column which is basically passwords or password. So basically the id will get all those data. That will be basically a primary id. Okay, through which you will be able to uniquely identify those data. Don't worry, I'll explain. So let's say this id type should be int, and it should be primary key. It should be a primary key. After this you need to provide the username too, like what kind of data you want to store in username. So let's say where variable, where care, or where char, whatever you called it. So basically you can add variable and characters into this. You can specify the length, how much you want to provide. So just use this, and the password should be also same in the same way as it have. So just copy this one and paste it here. This is how it works. Then at the end you can just close it with the help of this semicolon. Okay, so this is how it works. Now let me break down it, like what I actually did. In SQL, the ID, username, and passwords are referred to as column names. Okay, each column represents a specific attribute or piece of information within the user table. For example, we have ID, username, and password column. So basically id is an integer column and is defined as primary key, which means it uniquely identify each row in the table. Okay, after that we have username. So username in where care, some people call it char, some people call it care, whatever you call it, where char. So basically username is a where char 50 column, indicating it can store variable length character strings up to 50 characters. The column typically hold the users names of the users, that's all. And password is another varchar 50 column, usually storing hashed or encrypted password for the user's authentication. This is how you can basically create a table inside any database. After this I'm going to show you how actually you can retrieve the data, so from the tables or database. So I'll say, let's say how to retrieve the data from tables. Let's call it table, let's say table. So basically you can retrieve the data with the help of a select statement or select command. So just type select the data you want to retrieve. For example, let's say select static from. Now you need to provide the source, like you need to provide the user, you need to provide the table, from which table you want to get the data. Let's say users. So basically what it will do, it will grab all the data that is inside in a user tables. That static means all, remember that static means all. So select static from users means that please give me all the data that is inside in a user table. Now if you want to get any particular data, let's say select id equal to 1 from users, you will get the data that belongs to that you will get the data of that person that have a id number equal to 1. So this is how basically you can retrieve the data from the tables. Okay, after this you can actually if you want to filter the data. For example, I want to grab any particular data from the you can say table. So let's say filtering the data. So how I can do it, let me give it some spaces like this. I hope you can see my screen very clearly. So let's say select static from users where user name equal to, let's say I'll provide it in a you can say I'll provide it in a single quotes or double quotes. So let's say this, let's go with the single quotes. I might do some mistake in codes, but I actually am here to teach you how it works. So I think that will be fine. So this is how you can filter the data. For example, let's remove this one statement because I showed you both in the same way. So basically I want to get only that data that belongs to Masoud user. How I can do it? I can just type select static that please give me all the data from users table. No, I'm here applying a condition where username should be Masoud. It will look for the username that is equal to Masoud. If it got it, then it will show all the data that belongs to that particular user. This is how you can filter the data. After that okay, we are going good. After that, if you want to update any data, so let's say updating updating data. So let's say I want to update some data. How I can do it? You can use update keyword, update
then you need to specify the table name, which table, on which table you want to do some updation. Let's say users, I want to update some data in user, so that's why update user. And what you do, I want to set a new password. Okay, let's say I want to set a new password, I want to change the password. How I can do it? So I can basically do it like update users and then set password. Now what does this password refer to? This password, if you remember, is a column. This is just a column inside a user table. So basically I'm updating the data in a user table, and I actually want to update only password. So I'll set only the password. I want to do some updation in the password section that belongs to user table, and then I need to provide the new password. So just set password equal to, then you can just specify the new password. Let's call it new password 123. Okay, it is a weak password, do not use these kind of passwords anyway. So then I need to provide the primary ID. You know, every user have its own primary ID. Through that primary ID, the data will be uniquely identified. So you will be able to grab any data uniquely from the database with the help of primary key, because every data will have its own unique primary key. That's why I need to provide this primary key too. So let's call it where id equal to 1. So what it gonna do, it will look for the id equal to 1, and it will say, hey, this id equal to 1 belongs to my old user. And okay, I got it. Now what I want to do, it will basically look for the password section, it will look for the password column. You know, let me give you a easy way. What it will do, it will basically update some data in user table. And then what kind of data it will do, it will basically set a password, and that password will be new password 123, let's say. No, the thing is, there is so many users. Which password you want to change? The password will belong to which user? I want to change the password that belongs to Masoud user. So Masoud have its own unique ID. Okay, every user will have its own unique ID. That's why I provide the ID, which is a primary key, so I'm able to update that particular data that belongs to any particular user. So this is how you can actually update the data. Now the next thing is data deletion. Delete data. How to delete data, or you can say it how to delete data. How to delete data in SQL with SQL in any database. So basically you can do it with, it is very easy. You just need to type delete, just type delete, and then let's say delete from whom. You just need to type delete from, and then users. Like I want to delete some data that is belongs to users, so delete from users. You need to provide the primary ID, where the ID equal to 1. Let's say the ID equal to 1 belongs to Masoud user, and it will delete all the data. It will wipe up all the data that belongs to Masoud user in a user table. So this is how you can basically delete the data, update the data, filter the data, and retrieve the data. And this is how you can create the databases. This is just the structures, how to create tables, databases. So I hope I have teach you some basics about database. In the notes section, don't worry, everything is here. You will get each and everything. At the end, I just add some dummy structure database. I created a dummy structure based database for you, which
is basically belonging to a hospital database information system, practical hospital database information system. So it has just some dummy structure. For example, at first here I created a hospital database, then I used that database, then I created here different you can say tables. At first I created a patient tables which contain patient ID, name, age, gender, each and everything. Then I created a second table that belongs to doctor, so I add their columns like doctor ID, name, doctor specialization, experience, air, xyz. After that, for example, I added a new table which is basically belongs, which is based on appointments, okay, like patient ID, appointment ID, patient ID, doctor ID, okay, to whom doctor it is going to be referred, and appointment data, okay, basically I have added so many things. So and then I just teach you how you can basically insert some data into I think I just forgot to teach you about the insertion. You can actually do insertion into, like, you can insert data into any you can say table. So you can just type insert into, then you just need to specify the particular table name, and then you can insert the value. For example, patient, let's say patient have you know 1 2 3 4 and 5 columns. So you can basically add those data into the columns. Patient ID 1, name John, and it is 35 years old, it is a male, and basically this is the date of you can say admission date or date of admit. So this is how you can insert data into any dummy database. So I hope you got some basics about in SQL injection, SQL structured query language. No, remember, just get some basic idea how SQL works, that's all. After that, there is a very good resource that I want you that you should must refer. Let's say SQL W3 schools. This is going to be a very good resource. Like, if you want to learn more about SQL, you can actually learn. This is the SQL home, so it contains some practical exercises to, like SQL intro. What is this? Basically, SQL stands for structured query language. You can use it to manipulate data. You can do so many things with it. So all each and everything is here, and you can use it with the websites, do so many things. I'll highly recommend you can just go through it. This is how the tables look like this is a demo database that have a customer table, and this customer ID, customer name, customer basically contact number, address, city, postal code, and country. This is something called the columns inside the database, and these columns contain some data. So yeah, this is that how it looks like. And yeah, you can just give it a read. You can just do practice here. I think that will be one of the best resource for you. So that was all for SQL language, or you can call it SQL by itself. I'll see you in the SQL injection section, in which I'll teach how you can exploit SQL vulnerability. So take care, bye. Alright guys, welcome back to the branded new session, our module, and in this session we are going to cover SQL injection, basically structured query language injection. So let's read some theory and then we will start its practical work. So basically, SQL injection is a web security vulnerability that allows an attacker to access the data from a database through the application interface. Means if there is a SQL injection vulnerability in website, you will be able to view the database data, or you will be able to access the database data inside that particular web application or a website interface. Okay, if a website or a web application is vulnerable to an SQL injection, an attacker can gain unauthorized access to the data, manipulate or delete it,
and even perform other actions. They can extract sensitive information from they can basically extract sensitive information from other users, such as users credentials or credit card details. In some cases, SQL injection can also be used to damage the backend infrastructure of a server, causing a distributive denial of service, a DOS attack. Okay. And an attacker can do so many things with SQL injection. So what is the impact of a successful SQL injection attack? If an attacker successfully perform an SQL injection attack, an attacker can gain access to the sensitive data, including passwords, credit card details, and personal users' informations. We have recently witnessed high-profile data breaches, which were the result of successful SQL injection attack. Okay, so there is a lot of things happening. If you are active in cyber world, you will be see that in most of the cases, whenever a data breach occur, there will be always an SQL vulnerability behind it, because it is such a powerful vulnerability. I mean, you can do anything with it. If you can dump the database, then what else is remaining in the site? Nothing. So such attack can cause financial and reputational loss to an organization. Once an attacker gain access through SQL injection, they may either sell the data or public it. Additionally, they may deface the website as well. Okay, that was just a bit, you can call it theory about SQL injection. That's why in previous class I have teach you some basics about SQL language. Okay, and now we have done with some theory. I hope you have got the initial knowledge about SQL injection, so you will be ready for the practical labs, for practical demonstration. So we are going to learn different things, like how you can actually bypass the vulnerable login panel, then how you can find SQL injection vulnerabilities and exploit them, how you can go deep into it by finding blind SQL vulnerabilities. So this is what we are going to do. I'll give you some homework, and I'll also perform so many labs by myself. So I'll see you in the practical. Okay. Alright, welcome back. So our first lab is basically SQL injection vulnerability allowing login bypass. So we will be able to bypass the login panel with the help of SQL injection. So the first thing that you will need to do is to just go to the Google and type SQL injection Swagger labs. That's all you need to search. Just after that, you can just, even though you can remove the lab, this is recommended. Yeah, so yeah, this is the first one, so just go with it. And after that, you can see that we have so many theories, so you can just read over it. I have already teach you some of its basic. Our main thing is to access the labs, so just view all the labs, injection labs from here. And yeah, we have this one, lab SQL injection vulnerability allowing login bypass. So basically, this lab contains an SQL injection vulnerability in the login form. To solve the lab, perform an SQL injection attack to log into the application as an administrator user. Means that we have to bypass the login panel in order to log in as an administrator user. And they have already provided me the username of an administrator, which is basically an administrator. Yeah, which is an administrator by itself. So basically, the login panel will be vulnerable with SQL injection. That's why we will be able to bypass it. Remember, whenever you are able to bypass the admin panel or to bypass the login panel, then it means that that particular login panel is basically vulnerable with SQL injection attack. Okay, after that, we just access the lab, and when I click on my account, you can clearly see I have I can log in with the I can just logged in, try to logged in, but they will give you an error that invalid username or password. No, let's try to log in with administrator username and administrator password. So when I try to log in, you can see that I'm not able to log in into the application. That's why I need to bypass it. To bypass it, you can just type administrator, and then you can always use comma, and then you can use dash dash, you can call it dash dash. Okay, so basically what we are doing, we are telling to the application that, hey, when you see the username as an administrator, after that just bypass the rest of the query. Remember, whenever you will put your username and password, it will move into the database for verification like this. For example, select username equal to administrator and password equal to anything from database where users where the table equal to users. For example, they will look for the username and password of that particular user in the database. If it exists, they will provide us a session, but if it is not exist, they will just throw us an error like this. So in this kind of cases, what we can do, what I'm trying to do, I'm just providing the username and then I'm commenting the rest of the query. Okay, after that you can just put anything, literally put anything in the comment section, in the password section, it doesn't matter at all. Why? Because this comment will comment out the rest of the query. So you can just type login, and you can see I just logged in as an administrator user. This is how the administrator thing works. Now for the better explanation, if you go to the ChatGPT, I always refer you to go to the ChatGPT to ask questions. If you have any doubts, it gonna solve you. So you can just type administrator, let's say comma dash dash, and just type explain this SQL injection payload in short way. So just you can see that basically the SQL injection payload administrator comma dash dash is a concise attack designed to exploit a vulnerability in the web application's SQL query. It works by terminating the original query with a single quote. So this is something called quote, okay, with a single quote, and then commenting out the rest of the query with two hyphens. So basically what it will do, it will just comment out the rest of the query with the single quote and hyphen after the username administrator. This effectively bypass any subsequence code allowing unauthorized access if the user were an administrator. So this is how the SQL injection vulnerability works in the admin panels or in the dashboard. There is a lot of other commands too for the SQL injection. For example, if you go to the Google and type SQL injection login cheat sheet, SQL injection authentication bypass cheat sheet, so you can just literally see that you can use all of this. All means all of this in order to try. You can just give it a try in order to bypass any admin panel. Okay, so this is how it works. This is how it works. You can always use it. Okay, you can always use it in order to bypass any admin panel in case if it is vulnerable with SQL injection. Okay, I hope you got it. I'll see you in the next lab. Take care. All right, beautiful people, welcome back to the second lab, and in this lab we are going to learn about SQL injection union attack, and we will determine the number of columns returned by the query. So basically I'll teach you how you can find out how many columns there exist in any web application. So yeah, you can just copy this query, let me do it, or even though you can search it there. So don't worry, you will get all these note stuff, so no worries at all. Let me check everything is working fine. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I'll just go to the labs, and here I'm going to use Control F and search. So here we have the second lab, so let's open it. After opening the second lab, you can see that it is basically SQL injection union attack. So means that there is SQL injection and we need to perform union based attack in order to determine the number of columns returned by the query. So we need to determine the number of columns. Basically this lab is vulnerable with SQL injection, and the vulnerability exists in the product filter category. Okay, so there is a product category filter where you can just filter the products, and then you can just you can perform SQL injection because it is vulnerable with SQL vulnerability. The result from the query are returned in the web application in the application response. So you can use a union attack to retrieve a data from other tables, which means that you are whenever you perform anything or SQL query, you will be able to see the result of the from the server in the web application response, which means that you can actually perform a union attack to retrieve the data to grab the data from the other tables. The first step of such an attack is to determine the number of columns that are being returned by the query. So we need to determine the number of columns. This is going to be the first step of any attacker to perform SQL injection, because if you have an idea how many columns there exist, then it will be easy for you. Okay, so yeah, let's determine the number of column by performing an SQL injection attack. So this is something called product filter category. You can just filter the result by clicking on these menus. Okay, so this is basically different categories to filter the result. Like you have literally all the data, all the results, but if you want to go with any particular result, you can just go with it like this. Okay, and you can also see that we got some modification in here. Okay, the next thing is I'll need to open my notes, so I'll just close this one and I'll open new what just I did. Just give 1 second. Leaf pad. I'll open the leaf pad, go to options and maximize it a bit. So yeah, perform SQL to get the numbers of column. So we need to determine the number of column. In this way you can perform a union based attack, but remember, first you will need to verify that is this particular URL or web application or page is vulnerable with SQL injection or not. So you can always use single quote to verify that is it vulnerable or not. So you can just put a single quote at the end of the query. If the application become broke, if it gives you an error, that it means that it is actually vulnerable with SQL injection. So when you hit enter, you can clearly see the application is broke and it is giving me an error with internal server error. Okay, so it means that it is vulnerable with SQL injection. So firstly, first verify the application with single quote to confirm is it vulnerable with SQL injection or not. Okay, this is going to be the first step. Once you done with it, then it means that the application is actually vulnerable. Now the second thing is you can do is find out the number of columns. Okay, how you can do it? You can actually perform a union based attack, like single colon, and then you can just type plus, okay, union plus select plus all, and then you can just type plus null and dash dash. Let's verify this in the solution too, to check that are we going good or not. Union plus select plus null null. Okay, I just got it. So union plus select, you just remove the all, we do not need all right now. Union select plus null null. Now you will be confused that what does this actually means. Actually what I'm trying to do here, let me simplify it. I'm performing a union based attack, like I'm just doing union select. I'm using select statement in order to check for the number of columns. Okay, union select will be always included in this kind of queries, and this null means that is the application contain only one column. If it give me an error, then it will be means that no, there is more than one number of column. So the null value by default representing the one number of column. I'm just asking to the server that, hey, to the backend database, that, hey, do you have one number of column? At the end I'm just putting this dash dash. It is compulsory, you have to use it. This is how the SQL query works whenever you will try to run the query. And in the beginning, remember, you will need to put your single quote. Okay, after that, those plus signatures representing the URL encoding. So it is basically web based URL encoding. You can always use it, or even though if you didn't use it, the browser will add it by default, so it doesn't matter at all. So you can just copy it and paste it here. Just remove the single quote, because our query already containing a quote, a single quote, so you just can't upload multiple quotes. This is how it looks like. You can see single quote, union select, null, and dash dash. Okay, I'm just asking to the server that to the backend database that, hey, you have one number of column, and when I hit enter, you can see it is giving me an error, which means that there is more than one number of column. So what I'll do, I'll copy the same query. Remember, I'll copy the same query and paste it here. After this, I'll just use comma and one more null value in order to verify is it contain two number of columns. Yeah, those two nulls representing the number of columns. So I have put two number of columns. I have put two columns, which means that there might be possible if it contain two number of columns, so then it is not going to give me an error. So if you put enter, still it is giving me an error. The recommended thing is that you always need to go with this one method. Okay, always use plus signatures, plus samples in your query. That will be good. So let's give it a try with it. It didn't work for me. Just increase the number of null value by typing comma and null. It is still giving me an error, which means that there might be possible there is more than two number of columns. So I'll put null for the third time, and you can clearly see I got the number of columns, which is basically 3. So in this case, at first I try with one number of column, it gives me an error. Then I try with two number of columns, it gave me an error, which means that there is more than two number of columns. And at the end, when I try with three number of columns, then I literally got the result and I didn't get any kind of error, which means that there is 3 number of columns. So you can use the above one query too by just putting the third one null value. Let me show you. You can just copy it and go to the application, and then you can just remove the old query and place this new one. And remember, I just forgot to put here single quote in the beginning. So now you can see that I'm still getting the same result, which means that this application contained 3 number of columns. So I just come to know that it contained 3 columns. So this is how you can determine the number of columns in any web application. We are going to go step by step. Now we have learned about how to determine columns. Now we will go each step one by one to upgrade our queries, like it was just a beginner level query. I'll see you in the next lab. Take care. Alright, beautiful people, let's solve the third lab, in which we are going to perform a SQL injection union attack. At first we will need to find out the columns, then we will try to check out which column containing text data. Okay, because in future we need that particular column to grab data from it. Okay, so basically we will go step by step. At first we will find out how many column the web application contain, then we will look for which column containing a text or string based data, because that text or string based column can be used to grab other data from the database. So I'll just type Control F and search for the particular third lab. Here we have, so just open it, and after opening it, you can see that we have a new lab. Just access it. Basically this lab contains a SQL injection vulnerability in the product category filter. The result from the query are returned in the application response. You can use a union attack to retrieve a data from the other tables. As we have learned all this stuff in our previous labs, basically we have to retrieve the data from the tables, and the vulnerability exists in the product filter category. To construct such an attack, you first need to determine the number of columns returned by the query. You can do this using the technique you have learned in the previous lab. So definitely you can do it. The first thing that we will need to determine is the number of column. The next step is to identify a column that is basically compatible with string data. Okay, so this lab provides a random value that you need to make appear within the query result to solve the lab. Perform a union attack. Okay, so basically we will need to perform a union based attack, and here you can clearly see that we have gifts. We have a product filter categories. All these are filter category. You can just click on anyone you want, because these all are vulnerable. To confirm the vulnerability, the first thing that you need to do is you just need to provide single quote. If the application throws you an error, if the application broke, then it means that the vulnerability, the SQL injection vulnerability exists there. So basically this is how it works. After this, when I come to know that yes, it is actually vulnerable, if you remember last time in our notes, I have created some query in order to confirm that how many column it contain. So basically you can just copy the first one and just paste it here. Okay, just paste it here to look that how many number of column it contains. So I have just confirmed that it contain more than one number of columns. So I'll copy the second one. Yes, copy the second one to check that is it containing 2 number of columns, the null value representing the number of columns actually. So just copy it and paste it here. What I did, I just okay, paste it here. So I just confirm that no, is it contain more than 2 number of columns. So I'll go with the third one, and I'll just remove the previous query and I'll add the new query. So I just came to know that yes, it contained two number of columns. So I successfully verified that it contained two number of columns. Now the next thing that I'll need to do, you can just use this technique without plus, and it is recommended to always use this technique as it is professional. Okay, so yeah, you can always use this one. I'll highly recommend you to always use this one. The above one was just simple to teach you how it works. So I have just come to know that the application containing basically three number of columns. So now let's find out which column contain text data. Okay, so we need to identify this. For this I'll just put this query, this old query that I the one that through which I just discovered that it contained three number of columns. Now I'll remove the first null value and I'll use two single quotes here, and I'll put some demo data in it. For example, ABC as a text data. Remember, if it returns me that text data, then it means that the first column contain string data, text data. It have the ability to return me the string based data or text based data. So I'll just copy it and I'll go back to the application and I'll just remove the previous query and add the new one, and you can see that it gives me an error, which means that this first null value is not able to give me the output of string or text based data. Okay, it is not going to give me the string based or text based data. So what I'll do, I'll again copy the query, I'll again copy the old query, and this time I will test the second number of column. So I'll go with the second column. Let's call it ABC. For example, you can put anything you want, it doesn't matter at all. So I have just copy it. The first one I just maintain as it is because it is giving me an error, so that's why it is useless for me. So I'm just trying the second number of column, the second one. So I'll copy it and I'll paste it here. After pasting it, you can clearly see it gives me the text data, which means that the second column containing string based data, text based data, it is very useful for me. Now let's also verify the third one. So copy the same query again, and now this time verify the third number of column, which is this one. So just remove it and type two single quotes and put any dummy data in it just to check is it returning me the error value or not. So I'll just paste it here, and it is also giving me the error, which means that the only working you can say SQL query is this one. Okay, so let's use a hash working query for us. So I'm going to use this query to perform further attacks. I will go with this query. Okay, let's say I will go with the below query. Okay, so this is going to be our query that we will be able to grab username or passwords from this through this column which contain a string data. But you can what they told me, to solve the lab just put this one. So you can just put this one instead of ABC. It doesn't matter at all. It is just for the solution of lab. So just copy the same query and make a copy and just replace the ABC with this one. Okay, it doesn't matter at all what you put, but it is just for the sake of the lab, that's all. So as they have told me to solve the lab, make sure to retrieve this number of this string. So just paste the query and hit enter. and you can see that it returns me the same query, and they just told me that, hey, congratulations, you have solved this lab. So this is how you can find out. At first we have learned how you can deep dive into admin panel to bypass it. Then we have learned how you can perform SQL injection attack to find out is the application is vulnerable with SQL injection or not, with the help of single code. Then we discover how to determine the number of columns. Now in the third phase we just learn how you can find out those columns who contain the text data or string based data. In the next lab we will learn how actually you can perform SQL injection attack. So we are just going step by step. Okay, I'll see you in the next lab. All right, beautiful people, welcome back to the fourth lab of our SQL injection. And in this lab I will actually demonstrate you how you can grab data, how you can pull data, okay, how you can retrieve data from the tables. Like for example, we have different tables in a single database, and it might be possible, but it definitely possible that there will be a users table which will contain definitely username and password regarding users. So this is what we are going to do. We will retrieve the data from the user tables. Okay, so basically our fourth lab is SQL injection attack. We will do it with the help of union attack, and our ultimate goal is to retrieve the data from the other table. So this is our ultimate goal. Here is our lab. You can just search it by finding it. I have already showed you in the second tutorial how you can do it. Okay, after this we have this lab. So basically let's give it a try. Let's read it. This lab contains SQL injection vulnerability in the product category filter. So there is a product category filter which basically contain which is vulnerable with SQL injection, and the result from the query is returned in the application response. Means you will get the response in the response tab from the server. So you can use a union attack to retrieve the data from the other tables. Remember, we need to retrieve the data from the tables. To construct such an attack, you need to combine some of the techniques that we have learned previously. So if you didn't watch the previous labs, I'll recommend you to do it, because without knowing them you are not able to solve this lab. Okay, so basically we need some basic knowledge. We have already done. We are going to utilize that knowledge. I'll access the lab until we give it a read further. So the database contain a different table called users. So there is users table in the database. Remember, there is a users table in the database which contain columns, which have columns username and password. Means there are columns which the one is username and the second column is password in the user table. Okay, to solve the lab, perform SQL injection attack, retrieve the username and password, and then try to log in as an administrator user. So basically our ultimate goal is to get the username and password that belongs to administrator user. So I'll access the lab as I have done it already, and we have different product filter categories. You can see, you just click any one and first try to find out is it vulnerable or not. To do it, you just need to type single quote at the end. After doing this, if the application drops an error, it means that the error could be anything like SQL syntax error or anything like this. Okay, if it broke the application, that it is also vulnerable. So here we have an error, which means that definitely the application is vulnerable. The first thing that we need to do is what I just did. The first thing that we need to do is to open our notes, as I have taught you how you can actually find out the number of columns. So I'll give it a try with one null value to find out is it contain only one null, is it contain only one column. So let's put it here and try. It is giving me an error, which means that there are more than one number of columns. So let's give it two nulls to find out is it contain two number of columns. And we have already written this query, so no need to rewrite it again and again. So yeah, I just confirmed that we have two number of columns. So it means that there are only two columns. The one is username and the second one is password. Now we need to find out which column contain text data. Now here it is very important to be noted, because you can grab the data only from those columns who return you text data, who contain text data. If it gives you an error while getting text data, then that column is useless for us. It might be possible that it contains something else, not text data. So what I'm gonna do, I'll go with this one query at first, not with this one, sorry. So I'll just go with the normal query. Let me copy it and let me paste it here. Okay, here. Let me do it here, from here. So this is going to be the query that I'll perform. So I'll remove the first null value. I will use here 2 single quotes, and I will just type, for example, ABC, to check is the first column returning me text data or not. So just paste it, and you can see that the first column is actually giving me the text data, which means that it is a good indicator, it is a good sign. We can go for the second step. So I'll just again make a copy, and I'll remove the second one null, and I'll put, for example, here DEF, to check is the second column giving me an text based data or not. If it is giving me, which means that both are applicable, both have the ability to grab me the data from the database. So I'll paste it, and you can clearly see ABC and DEF, both are good to go. I can use both of them. So here is the time to grab the username and password that belongs to an administrator user. So I'll just make a query like this, union plus select, and here we have we need to create the query, union plus select plus, remember you need to type plus for encoding, username comma plus password. Now why I'm doing it, because they told me that there are 2 columns, the one is username and the second one is column. That's why earlier I have teach you how you can retrieve the data in SQL. So what I'm going to do, I'm retrieving the username column and password column from whom, from plus from users, yes, from users table, because the user is a table that contain 2 column, username and password. So I'll just copy it, and I'll go back to the label, and I'll just remove the old one query, and I'll paste the new one. Now here you can see that I have successfully grabbed the username and password. So this is the username and password that belong to the administrator user, and this is the username that belongs to Carlos user, and this is the username and password that belongs to a winner user. Our ultimate goal was to grab the username and password that belong to administrator user. So we have this password. Let's try to log in into the application. So I'll go back, I'll click on my account, and I'll type administrator as a username and paste the password, and boom, you can see that we have solved this lab. So this is how you can grab the data from any table columns with the help of SQL injection attack. In the next lab, I will show you a second technique that we are going to perform. Okay. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the news tutorial, and in this lab we are going to solve in this tutorial, in this lecture, we are going to solve another lab. The lab will be totally same. We will still grab the username and password from user column, but remember this time we have to use a single column, because both of the columns will not be acceptable to get string based data. That's why we will need to use only one column. So let's search about it. So when you just control F and paste, you will be able to get it here. So just right click on it, you will be able to get the lab from here. After that you can just access the lab. So let's give it a let's start it. SQL injection union attack, retrieving multiple values in a single column. So we will need to retrieve multiple values in a single column, and we are going to use here string concatenation. Okay, And if you have a little bit programming background, then you know what a string concatenation means. If you don't know, don't worry, at the end I'll tell you. So basically this lab is vulnerable with SQL injection vulnerability, and the vulnerability exists in the product filter category. You will be able to see the response in the application interface, and you will need to retrieve the data with the help of union attack, okay, from the tables. And the database contain the same user tables, the users table, and that user table have a two column, basically the username and password. And you will need to solve the lab and try to get the administrator privileges, sorry, username and password, get the administrator password and username. So basically we have different columns, so just you can open any one of it, and then you can just test the application. If it returns you an error with single quote, then it means that this is vulnerable with SQL injection. So after this you can just construct an attack by just remember SQL injection. SQL is a case is not a case sensitive, which means that you can type union in this way, and you can just type select and this way, like it doesn't matter at all, you can type, but I'll recommend you to go with a particular method so it will be easy for you. Let's construct an attack, but before constructing an attack we need to verify that how many column is there. I just already come to know that there are only two columns exist, so I'll not waste your time. I'll just go with this one query. So union select plus abc and comma null dash dash. So basically what I am doing here, I already discovered that there are only two column, and I am checking the first column, that is the first column contain text data or not. And when I press enter, you can see that it is giving me an error. Before putting the data, I need to show you that actually it contain only two columns. So you just need to type null again, and you can see it actually contain only two columns. Okay, so this time I'll replace the first null with abc, let's say abc, and it is giving me an error, which means that the first column have no ability to grab me the string data from the database. That's why I'll check the second one. So I'll put some data in the second column to check, and I have discovered that yes, the second column is returning me the data, the string, which means that it have the ability to give me the string based data. I'll remove the old administrator username and password, and this time I just discovered that this is going to be the command that I'm going to use. So I just discovered that the second column have the ability to give me the text based data. No, I'll use only the second column because the first column is not usable, so I'll leave it as it is. That's why I need to use the second column in order to grab the username and password from user table. So let's construct an attack by just typing union plus select plus, remember the null will be as it is because it is useless for me, then comma, then what I'm trying to do, I'll grab username, and after the username you just need to provide pipe, and then just two times single quotes and just type tilde in it, and then again close it with two pipes. Now you will be confused that what is this is basically a string concatenation. So in SQL, with the help of string concatenation means you can combine multiple strings together in a single column, in a single row. Here what I am trying to do, I am trying to grab username and password with a single column, from the single column. So after that I just need to type password. Remember, it was not possible at all to just type username and comma password from user table. Why? Because this is the second null value. If you remember, this is the second null value, which is basically the second column, and column will give you only one time data. You can grab only username or you can grab only password at once, but I do not have any other way. That's why I'm using string concatenation. Okay,
with the help of string concatenation, I am able to grab the username and password from whom? From users tables. So this is how it works. Then at the end, just type dash dash. So just copy it, and after copying it, just go back to the lab and paste it here. I hope you got the meaning of string concatenation, where you can combine, two records together, or two strings together. So this is how it works, and you can clearly see it gives me the password that belongs to the Carlos, it gives me the password that belongs to administrator, and it gives me the password that belongs to the you can call it the administrator. So I'll copy the password of an administrator user. I'll go back to my account and I will type here, I think administrator as a username and password as a and I just paste the password, and you can clearly see I just solved the lab. So this is how you can retrieve multiple values in a single column with the help of string concatenation. And remember, this is the string concatenation sample that you can use in SQL. Two pipes, then two times single quotes, just type tilde in it and close it, and then just before just give a column name before the string concatenation and after the string concatenation, so you will get your result. Okay, I hope you have got some basic idea about it. I'll see you in the next lab. Alright guys, welcome back to the new lab, and in this lab we are going to cover about what we have learned in our previous labs. Like, we will collect all of the learning and we will put them together in one lab. So basically we have the lab SQL injection attack listing the database content on a non-Oracle database. Well, we have two kind of databases, Oracle based databases and non-Oracle based databases. If I go to ChatGPT and ask list me the names of non-Oracle databases, you will be able to see that it has so many, like MySQL, PostgreSQL, Microsoft SQL Server, MongoDB SQLite, so many and so many. So basically we are going to cover this for non-Oracle based databases. We will do all the steps one by one in order to achieve it. So what I'm gonna do, I'll just copy the name of the lab, and then just go back to the labs of SQL. Just search about it, you will be able to see it here. Just right click on it and open it in you can just open it in a new tab. So once you open it, everything will be something look like this. So here we have a solution tab. You can just go through it if you are not able to solve it, and you can just access the lab. But before going into the lab, I think we need to read the description. So basically this lab contain SQL injection vulnerability in the product category filter. The result from the query are returned in the application response. As always, you will be able to see the response in the application, and moreover, the product filter category is basically vulnerable with SQL injection, vulnerability, and you will need to perform union based attack in order to retrieve the data from the other table. And the application has a logic function, and the database contain a table that hold username and password. If you remember last time, they have provided me the users table and the username and the password column, but this time they are not going to provide me anything. We have to do everything by ourselves. Means we will need to find the table that contain username and password, and then we will grab the username and password from that particular table. So you need to determine the name of this table and column it contains. So we need to determine the table and the name of the columns that it contains, then retrieve the content and obtain the username and password for all users. So this is what we need to do, and at the end we need to grab the administrator user login credentials, and they have also provided me SQL injection cheat sheet, so you can just go through it if you want it. Like here we have all the cheat sheet that you might need it in future, or you need it while solving the lab. So I'll recommend you to just save it with yourself. You should know at least about it.
Okay, here we have different categories. Like I click on pets and I'll check the application by using single quote to check is it vulnerable or not. And the application broke down, it means that yeah, it is actually vulnerable with SQL injection vulnerability. So if you remember, we are just doing each and everything in the notes format. What I'll do here, I'll go the first thing I'll need to find is the number of column. So I'll go with one null value to check whether it contain one column or not. So union plus select plus null and dash dash, and it is giving me an error, which means that there are more than one number of columns. So I'll go with the two number of columns, union select null and null. I'll just increase it with to the null value, yeah, from 1 to 2. That's all you need to do. So you can see I just discovered that there is two number of columns, which means that we are good to go now. I have just find out that yes, actually it contain two number of columns. The next thing I need to do is to remove the first null value and check is it contain a text or string based data. So I'll use two single quotes and I'll put some dummy data into it to see that if it is returning me that value, then that data, that string or text, then it means that it have the ability, it is useful table, it is useful column, so we can utilize it. And it is not giving me an error but returning me the string or text, then it means that yeah, we are good to go with it. Then I'll check for the second null value. Let's type def here. If in case if it gives you an error, then you have to leave it as it is a null by itself, because you just cannot put anything into it, because the application will give you an error and you will not be able to perform SQL injection. So in this case, both tables, both columns have the ability to give me the data. So this is a plus point for me, like, to be honest. The next thing I'll need to do is, let me do it here. I'll recommend you to write the queries rather doing copy paste. Okay, as I memorize everything. So the next thing is we will create a payload that will basically list the database, that will basically list the tables in the database. Okay, so just union plus select plus, then for the to this I just need tables. So by default the table names in non-Oracle databases is table name. So just type table and then just type name, and then just type comma name, 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 then just type comma and plus, and the second null value should be as it is, because I'm only interested in to view the table names, that's all. Okay, right now I need to perform only one query. Okay, then we need to perform from where I need to grab it from, plus there is a by default a table in tables in the database of non-Oracle databases. Basically you can just find out them by just typing information schema dot tables. So you just need to type information schema dot tables and dash dash. That's all you need to do. Remember, this information schema dot tables is by default for all the tables of non-Oracle databases, and this table name is also by default, so you just cannot modify it. You can use it for all the websites that are basically non-Oracle. So just copy it and go back to the website and remove the first query and paste the new one. And you can clearly see I literally listed all the tables that are in the database. So all I'm interested in to find out the user table. So let's type let's find out users. Okay, users table. So here I only got one match, and this is going to be, I think it is going to be the user table. So here we just got the user table, and we will list it here. So it is a user table. After this, what we can do now, we need to find the name of the table containing user credentials. Okay, we will find out. Okay, so we will create a new payload that will retrieve the details of the column in the user table. This one that we have discovered is a table. It will definitely contain so many columns, and we need to grab those columns in order to check what kind of column it have. If it contain username and password column, then it will be easy for us to grab the username and password. No, just this query is going to be a little bit long, but it will be easy, don't worry. So just type the union select statement as it is, union plus select plus. Remember, this time we are not going to use the table name, as this time I'm interested in column, so that's why I'll type column name. Okay, in union select column name from whom. Basically you need to provide the null value to, because we have two columns, if you remember. Okay, null. No, you can type from. No, you need to provide the default schema of column, so you just need to type information schema dot columns. You know, these both queries is in same. For tables you just need to type table name, and for column you just need to type column name. And for by default tables in non-oracle databases, you just need to type information schema dot tables, and for columns you just need to type information schema dot columns. That's all you need to do. No, you need to specify the condition, like you need to provide the condition to from where you want to grab the columns, from where you want to grab the columns. Now here I will set a condition where table name equal to this. Just paste it, and at the end use dash dash as it is. So you can see that let me minimize it a bit. If I unwrap it, okay, so you can see union select column name, that hey, I want to select column name null from information schema dot columns, where basically where the table name is the one that we have discovered which belongs to user table. So this is what we actually did. We just created a query with the help of which you will be able to find out the yeah, I think it should be like this. That will be more fine, but yeah, this is fine. So you can just go through it. Union select column name null from information schema dot columns, where the table name equal to the user table that we have discovered. So just copy it. Okay, I just copy the entire one and I'll paste it here. And boom, it gives me the error. All right, we just did a mistake. You need to find out the mistake, that where we actually did the mistake. So let's copy it. Let's copy it, repaste it here, or just open the notes. Okay, so union plus select plus column name, union plus select plus column name null from INFORMAT information schema dot columns. Yeah, columns where table name equal to this one. So let's do one thing. Let's enclose it in a single quote. Let's enclose this string in a single quote and then see is it fine with us or not. So I'll just make a copy of it and I'll go back and I'll just open this. So let's go through it, remove the old query and paste the new one, and it is still, yeah, the error has been removed. It is now returning me a valid content, which means that we need to use this single quotes to yeah, this is basically a string that contain a special character. That's why we need to encode it, we need to close it in a string. So basically we got so many things like you can clearly see we got the column. So basically there are two columns. The one is basically users column and the second one is password column. So we just come to the conclusion that yeah, there is two number of columns. This is going to be the username column and the password column. So I'll paste it here. As I discover, no, I have successfully the user table name and I have the the user name column and the password column. No, I need to grab the password and username from this user table from the above. So let's create the final payload for it. You just need to type union plus select plus no, we need to select this username and then just put comma and then just remember you need to type +2 and then just paste the password column from whom, from user table, definitely from this table, and just type dash dash. You can clearly see it is a very simple query. Union select username and password from whom, from this user table. So I'll just copy it. It might be possible it give me some error, but we're gonna fix it if it is. So just remove the old query and paste it. Union select plus username password from user table. So just hit enter and you can clearly see we got everything without error. So this is the administrator username and password. This is the winner username and password. It might be possible it contain Carlos. So yeah, we just got it. So just copy it, make it a copy and just go to the my account and try to log in with administrator and put the password and hit enter, and you can see that boom, we have solved this lab. So this was just a bit complex, not that much, but it was just a lengthy. I'll recommend you, if you do it multiple times, you will definitely solve this. So let's give it a quick recap. At first we discover it contain only two column. Both column have the ability to return me text data. Then what I basically did, I just used the attack vector to grab the table names from information schema table, which is basically by default table in the non-Oracle databases. So I just type union select table name null from information schema dot tables. It gives me all the table. Then in the table I discover that there is a user column which might be able to contain users username and password columns. Then I created an attack vector to explore this, that what kind of this columns this table contain. So I just type union select column name null from information schema dot columns, where the table name equal to the above one. So basically it gives me two columns, the username column and the password column. Then what just I did, I just type union select username comma plus password from information schema from basically from the particular users table, and dash dash at the end to comment out the rest of the query. So remember this, there is no spaces in this, so you can just do it like this. You just need to type comma So by default it is redirecting me into the next line. But if I maximize it like this, you will be able to see that it is in a one line. Yeah, I hope you can see it without any issue. Okay, so this is how it works. We just done with it. I'll recommend you to go through the non-Oracle database as a homework if you can do it. Otherwise you can skip it. This is not compulsory at all. Like not compulsory, not in a sense that you don't need to do it, but you got a non-Oracle database, you can just do it with Oracle databases. There is not a big deal. It is going to be your homework. And after that, I'll just do one or two more labs. It might be possible I skip the third one, the last one, or if it needed, I'll just do it. So this too is compulsory for blind SQL injection. I'll see you in the next lab to solve the blind SQL injection vulnerability. We just done with SQL injection in a normal way. So take care, bye. Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the new lab of SQL injection, and this time we will perform blind SQL injection, which means that you will not be able to see the response in your solution tab, in your response tab. So then what we can do, basically our lab is blind SQL injection with time delay. You can just search it and open it in a new tab, as I did it already. To avoid the waste of time, we need a burp suit for it too. Okay, so you can clearly see that we have some description. Let's go through it. This lab contain a blind SQL injection vulnerability. The application use a tracking cookie for analytics and performs SQL query containing the value of the submitted cookie. So basically there is a tracking cookie. Basically the application use tracking cookies. They use tracking cookie for analytics, to do some analytics stuff, and then they perform SQL query that containing basically the value of the particular submitted query. The result of the SQL query are not returned. That's why we call these vulnerabilities blind vulnerabilities. Whenever there is a blind in vulnerability, then just remember, you will not be able to get the response in the application response tab. So all you can do is to use the third party server, or you can use Pursuit Collaborator in order to confirm that particular vulnerability. Okay, so this is how it works. Our basic goal is basically that we need to find out this vulnerability and then just trigger it. Okay, but remember what we are going to do. We will use a time delay command on the server in order to sleep the server, or in order to shut down the server, in order to cause the delay of 10 second and 30 second, or whatever you call it. So basically let's access the lab. And after accessing the lab, the next thing you will need to do is to check out your burp. It is being a long time, I didn't restart it, so I need to do it until my lab will also being opened. So yeah, we have this lab. I think I need to refresh it for one time. Okay, I just closed my burp, that's why it is giving me the error, but no worries. Yeah, everything is fine. So let's reload the burp. Reload the page. Our page will be reloaded. Until the page get reloaded, yeah, so basically this is the application that we are interested in, and we need to perform an attack over it. That's why I'll need to go to the I'll need to go to the proxy, and in the proxy I'll need to go to the HTTP history. So just close, remove the old record, and just reload it at once, and then just click on any particular product. So you can clearly see every request in its body using tracking cookie, and this tracking cookie is basically vulnerable. Okay, you can also see that it is also containing a tracking cookie. It is from YouTube, so just leave it. Yeah, these are the requests that I just did, and it contain tracking cookies. All these tracking cookies are tracking IDs are vulnerable, so just click any one of it. Like anyone means anyone that related with the particular lab, and then send it to the repeater. Okay, when I send it to the repeater, now here is a thing. This tracking cookie is basically vulnerable with blind SQL injection. We need to, when you send the request, you will be able to see the response, or you will be able to see nothing. But the main thing is you will be able to get the response in few milliseconds. Here I need to crash the server for few seconds. So what I can do, I'll just use double pipe, and then I'll use sleep command, pg sleep, and then you just need to specify the time for how much seconds you want to shut down the server. Let's say for 20 seconds, and then type dash dash. That's all you need to do. Just copy it. This is a command. You can execute this command literally on anything. So the next thing is, let's remove the tracking cookie entirely, and then just provide this command instead of tracking cookie, and you can see it gives me response so faster. But the thing is, I think I just forgot to put here the single quote. If you remember, it is compulsory before exploiting any SQL injection vulnerability. Now let's do it again, and it is just giving me the response so much quicker, which means that I am actually not able to exploit this vulnerability. Let's provide any value. For example, let's say x, and then single quote, double pipe pg sleep 20 dash dash. Okay, it is giving me fast response. I need to check the exact query. So to check the exact query, here we have. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this one, tracking id. Remember, this tracking id already exists there, so we do not need to to type it again. So just for the sake of the tutorial, I'm doing this. So this is the original query through which you will be able to exploit it. So let's copy it, and then just paste it after the equal to. And you can see I'm getting a fast response, and if I open the lab, yeah, I think I need to capture any particular request. It might be possible that it is because of the request. So what I'll do, I'll just go to the proxy, and then I'll click on interceptor, and I'll turn on the interceptor, and I'll just refresh it. After refreshing it, you can see that I just got the request. So just send this request to the repeater, and then turn off the interceptor, and then just remove the tracking id, and paste the paste that particular command. So hit enter, and yes, it is working now. Do you know why we were facing errors? You have to put this single you have to put the single you have to put the semicolon, and you can clearly see that they just told me that congratulations, you have solved this lab. Our command was working perfect. If we go back here, everything was fine. The only thing that we were missing is basically the semicolon. So you just need to type as it is the part of the query. By itself, by default, you have to terminate the query in this way. So if you type this, you can see that I think this belongs to anyone else. So just you can just I'll shut it down for a while, and I think this one is fine. We just messed up with that particular one. If you remove the value of x, let's see what's happened. Still you will be able to get the response delay. So there is no need to type x. You can just type single quote double pipe pg sleep, and then provide the time delay. For example, if you provide 30 seconds and it will be delay for 30 seconds, you will not be able to see the response in 30 seconds. As well as you can just type dash dash and semicolon. So this is how the blind SQL injection vulnerabilities work. With time delay, you can confirm the SQL injection. With time delay, you can shut down the server temporarily. So yeah, basically this is how it works. you can basically confirm these kind of vulnerabilities with these kind of commands.
Want to master cybersecurity, ethical hacking, and penetration testing? Type Bootcamp in the comments, and I'll send you the link to join our complete training.
Alright, beautiful people, welcome back to the branded new session, and in this session we are going to explore file upload vulnerabilities. So before diving into file upload vulnerabilities, we should know some basics about it. Like, file upload is a feature in any website. If you ever visit the websites related different businesses or different products, you will be able to see there, like, most of the website have their file upload feature, like for displaying the images or for profile. Once you enroll into any course or once you successfully log in into any website, you will be able to see the change profile option in the dashboard. Or even though there are some sort of websites which allow to upload files into their file system. So basically, file upload vulnerabilities arise in file upload feature. If the file upload feature doesn't validate properly, then definitely it will cause file upload vulnerabilities. So in this section, you will learn how simply file upload function can be used as a powerful vector for a number of high severity of attacks. We will show you how to bypass common defenses mechanism in order to upload a web shell. Now, a web shell is something with the help of which you can own the entire server, which you can take the control of the web server. Enabling you to take full control of the vulnerable web server. Gaining how common file upload functions are, knowing how to test them properly in essential knowledge. Okay, so is essential knowledge. So basically, let's learn about file upload vulnerabilities. What does this means? Basically, file upload vulnerabilities are when a web server allows user to upload file to its file system without sufficiently validating things like their name, type, content, or size. Failing to properly enforce restriction on these could mean that even a basic file upload function can be used to upload arbitrary and potentially dangerous files instead. This could even include server-side script files that enable remote code execution, and if the attacker successfully executed any kind of malicious file, the attacker will be able to get remote code execution on the server. Means that he or she will be able to perform commands, to execute commands on the vulnerable server. So in some cases, the act of uploading the file in itself enough to cause damage. Other attacks may involve a follow-up HTTP request from the file, typically to trigger its execution by the server. Now let's learn about the impact of file upload vulnerabilities. The impact of file upload vulnerabilities generally depends on two key factors: which aspect of the file the website fails to validate properly, whether that be its size, type, control, content, and so on. We have learned this in the above section, like if the server is failed to validate the size of the file, type of the file, content inside it, and so on. And the second key factor is what restrictions are imposed on the file once it has been uploaded successfully uploaded. In the worst case scenarios, the file's type is not validated properly, and the server configurations allow certain type of files such as PHP and JSP for JavaScript files, basically, to be executed as a code. In this case, an attacker could potentially upload a server-side code file that functions as a web shell. And I have already told you about web shell. Web shell is also a piece of code. When you successfully upload into any web server, you will be able to get the reverse connection. Means you will be able to execute commands on that particular web server. effectively granting them full control over the server. So basically web shell will grant you the full control of any web server. If the file is not validated properly, this could allows an attacker to override critical files simply by uploading a file with the same name. Okay, so this was a little bit introduction about file upload vulnerabilities, and in the next coming tutorials we will perform some attacks on labs in order to do some file exploit some file upload vulnerabilities. So we are going to perform some attacks on the following labs. Just stay with me, I'll see you in the next lecture. Alright guys, let's start our lab. So the first thing you need to do is to just search on Google file upload vulnerabilities Podswagger labs. It will redirect me on the official file upload web security academy, which is basically on Podswagger. So here I have already logged in. You can just log in with your account and you can literally read the entire article if you want. They have write some very awesome stuff. I have already teach you all this stuff in the first lecture, so I will ignore this and I will jump straight into the labs. You can clearly see here we have the labs. So let's go, and we are going to solve our first lab, which is basically remote code execution via web shell upload. So we will perform some remote code execution, means that we will remotely execute commands on the server with the help of web shell. So we will upload a web shell, a script basically that contain a code. So with the help of that code we will be able to execute some commands on the server. Okay, let's read the description. This lab contains a vulnerable image upload function. So yeah, there is a vulnerable image function upload functionality. It doesn't perform any validation on the file, so it is not going to perform any kind of validation. User upload before files on the files. Basically user upload before storing them on the server file system. So there is no restriction. User can upload any kind of files and they will be stored on the server file system. Basically, to solve the lab, upload a basic PHP web shell and use it to exfiltrate the content of the home Carlos secret. So basically there is a secret file in home Carlos directory and we have to grab that secret file. Basically what we are trying to do, we will grab the content that are basically in the home Carlos directory, and the name of the file is secret, which contain the content. Yeah, so what we are doing here, we will perform remote code execution. We will perform our we will upload our web shell that will contain our command through which we will be able to grab this file from the server. Yeah, so we are basically doing remote code execution. Submit the secret using the button provided in the lab banner. So there is a lab banner which contains some buttons, and we have to provide the secret, which is a file hosted on the server, and we are going to grab data from it. You can log in with your own account credentials, which is Winner and Peter. So they just offer me the username and password, which is Winner and Peter in this case, as a login credential. So let's go through it. Okay, the first thing you need to do is to log in, and remember in the solution tab they just offer me the payload that I need to use to grab that particular file from the server. So basically in this case the backend system is built with PHP. That's why we need to create our simple web shell with PHP code. So the first thing I need to do is to copy the URL of the target, go to the target scope, click add and paste the URL, click OK, and yes, seems like we are done. Just click on this filter and click show only in scope, and you can see I have the only one target that I am interested in basically. So in the HTTP history you can do the same. You will be able to only see the selected result. Just remove the old data. Okay, that's cool. So let's go to the website. The first thing I need to do is to click on my account. I need to log in. They have already offered me the username and password, which is Winner and Peter. So let's log in. Winner and Peter. Click enter. And you can clearly see I have a file upload functionality, as well as I have to change the email. But they told me that this file upload feature, which is basically an avatar, you can just change it, is vulnerable. What I will do, I will go to Google and just type flower, let's suppose. Let's pick any one image like this one, and seems like it is a link. Not interested in link at all. Just click on any image and try to copy the image link, save image. So let's save the image in the download section. Yeah, this will be good. It is a JPEG image. It has been uploaded. Now let's give it a try by uploading that image. I will go to the download section. This is the image, and try to upload it. And you can clearly see they just told me that the file avatar untitled JPG has been uploaded. So if I go back, you can clearly see the avatar has been changed. So this is how you can change the image. Now if I tell you, what if I uploaded here my malicious file that contains some code, that contains some command, and that command will be executed on the server. So basically I'm not going to type the command because it definitely take time. So what I will do, I will copy the command, but definitely I will teach you how it works. So what I just did, let me open my terminal, a new tab, and I'll go one directory back. Okay, I'll go to my desktop. Don't worry, I'm going to maximize it. Okay, all right, this is good. So I will create a file, and I will name it as web shell.php. okay, this is going to be my web shell. The web shell is totally empty file. What I need to do, I will open it with the help of leafpad web shell.php, and you can clearly see I just open it. The next thing is just paste the command, and if I'm not wrong, here is an option to change the font. By let me increase it a bit so you will be able to see it. And now you can clearly see basically it is a PHP code. So yeah, it is basically a simple PHP code that is echoing, that is using echo function, echo command. So basically echo is just showing you something. We basically use echo to print the output of anything. And what does this output will contain? Basically here we have a function which is file get content. So I'm using this function to grab me the content of the file, and here I'm specifying the path of the particular function. So basically this is the entire command, the entire function which containing this command. And what it will do, it will basically grab me the secret file that is in home and Carlos directory, and this is our ultimate goal. Okay, if you want to know further about it, you can literally just copy it. You can just use it Control S to save the results, and after that you can just see the result, that this is how it looks like. Okay, I'll give you another hint, like if you want to know about this command further, just I'll go to ChatGPT and I will ask her explain the below command in easy way. You can always use ChatGPT. okay, and you can clearly see that it just told me this PHP code is using file get content function to read the content of the file located in home Carlos secret directory, and it is using echo to output or display those content. So basically the file get content is a function that will grab the content of this particular directory which contain a secret file, and it will display the output with the help of echo command. Okay, in similar terms, it is like opening and reading the content of the file name named secret. So I hope you got the point. This is what we are going to use. So the next thing I'll need to do is to I'll just upload the file. I'll upload the file. So the file is in my desktop. On my desktop, let's select it and upload it. After uploading the file, you can clearly see that the file has been uploaded in avatar and webshell.php. So just copy the location and go back. So you can clearly see that the file has been uploaded, but the image showing me nothing. Why? Because it is a command which contain command that will be executed. The most easy way is to always just right click on the image. This is the place where my payload has been uploaded. Just click on open image in new tab. After clicking on it, you will be able that this is the secret file that contain the key. Yeah, so that was a kind of challenge for us to grab the content of the secret file, and we have literally grabbed it, which contains some sort of key. You need to go back and just click on the submit solution and paste the result and click OK. After this, you can see that they just told me congratulations, you have solved this lab. So this is how you can basically do remote code execution, execute your commands using web shell. So yeah, the simple code was a web shell. The web shell can be complicated, it can give you so many things. We will look about it in our upcoming lectures. So I'll see you in the next lab. Okay, welcome back. So this is going to be our second you can call it lab, and you can just visit it from here, grab it from here. So let's proceed it. Basically we have second lab, which is web shell upload via content type restriction bypass. So what the server will do, basically it will check for the content type. If the file that we are uploading is not an image based file, definitely its content will be changed, then the server will probably block us. That's why this is something called content type restriction. The server will look into the content type of the file. If it is not PNG or JPEG or something that's related to image, then they will definitely block us. So we need to bypass this. Let's go through the lab description a bit. Basically this lab contains a vulnerable file image upload functionality. It attempts to prevent user from uploading unexpected files type, but relies on checking user controllable input to verify this. Basically we need to solve this lab, and we are going to provide a PHP file, upload a PHP file, and the server will block us. That's why we need to bypass this kind of restriction. To solve the lab, upload a basic PHP web shell and exfiltrate the data that are basically in home Carlos and secret. Basically we need to use the same payload that we have used in our previous lab, the web shell.php. You do not need to to change it. Our ultimate goal is to grab the content in a secret file, but remember, you just cannot use the old technique, because we have a security features and we need to bypass it. And our ultimate goal is to submit the secret key in the button, basically, which is in the lab banner. So let's access the lab. And the most important thing that they have already told me that, hey, your user credential is basically Winner and Peter. So we have to go with Winner and Peter in order to log in into this particular lab. So let's wait a bit. The first thing you need to do is to just click on my account, and then just go with the username Winner and the password is Peter. Just click OK, and now you can see that I am inside in my home directory. The most important thing is just copy the URL of your target, go to the burp as always, and just go to the scope and remove the old one, just paste the new one. I hope this will be fine. Yeah, seems like it is perfect, not only fine. Let's try to upload a simple image. Here, this is the vulnerable place, and you can clearly see they just told me that hey, it has been uploaded. So if I go back, you can clearly see, if I open the image in a new tab, I'm able to see it. Now the most important thing is, let's try to upload a PHP file, which is basically a web shell that we have created in our previous lab. So remember, you can grab the grab that particular file from here. You will be confused that from here I will get the code. You can literally get the code from here. They have already provided the code in every lab. So let's try to upload it. When I click on upload, let me upload it. So I click on upload, and literally you can clearly see they just told me, sorry, the file type is application/xphp, which is basically not allowed. Only image /jpeg or image/png are allowed. Sorry, there was an error while uploading the file, which means that they are validating the file type, and the file type of the web shell is xphp, application xphp, but they are only accepting png and jpeg based files. So image png and image jpeg. Let's go back, and this time I will upload the same file, but I will capture it. Okay, so let me capture the request with the help of burp. I'll go to the proxy and interceptor, just turn it off, and let me just close something. Yeah, seems like it is fine. Okay, so let's turn on the interceptor, and if you got something, just make sure to drop them. And okay, I just literally got something, drop it, and you can clearly see that this is the particular request that I am trying to do from here. Now if I proceed it further to the server will tell me that hey, you are not able to do it because you are not allowed. So what I need to do, I will send this request to the repeater for further investigation, and I will turn off the interceptor. You can clearly see they just give me another time error, so I'll go back. I know that it is basically not possible like this, so we have to do some modification. Just go to the operation theater, that is basically repeater for us. Okay, so the next thing is, if you view the content carefully, here you can see that name equal to avatar and file name equal to webshell.php, which is basically our file name, and you can clearly see this is the content of my file, and the one that keep blocking me is this one, basically the content type. This is creating a restriction for me. It is basically application /xphp. If I forward it, you can see, sorry, this is not allowed. What you are trying to do is just not allowed. You cannot do it. So what I will do, I will just make some modification. I will remove this application xphp, and I will type image jpeg, let's say png or jpeg, whatever you are comfortable with. So I'm tricking the server by uploading a php file, but I'm modify the content type that this is a this is a png file or jpeg file. So let's forward it, and literally you can clearly see when I forwarded it, I just bypassed their security from 400, which was an error, to 200, which is all right. Okay, and you can see that the file avatar webshell.php has been uploaded. So let's go back and refresh the page one time, and you can clearly see that the image has been uploaded, the web shell has been uploaded successfully. So if I right click on this uploaded web shell, just open in a new tab, and you can clearly see it contain a key. This is how you can bypass the restriction if if the developer is using content type restriction to validate your content of the file, that basically what you are trying to upload is a web shell or any other file. if the security is only limited to content type, then you can just bypass it with the help of this technique that I have showed you. So you can clearly see they just told me that congratulations, you have solved this lab. So I'll see you in the third lab. Welcome back, family. So we have another lab which is basically web shell upload via obfuscated files extensions. Now what does this means? We will upload a web shell, okay, with the help of obfuscation by obfuscating our file extension. Now to lead you into the lab, you should have some basic knowledge about obfuscation, what does obfuscation is, and how the files looks like once you make them obfuscated. So basically, if I hit Google, you can clearly see obfuscation can be considered as a type of encoding. So it is basically a type of encoding used to make it harder to read. Basically, whenever you do some sort of obfuscation on any file or on any code, it will be really hard to read, okay, or reverse engineer source code. So basically it is kinda a type encoding. We use it to make things harder to read, and we use this obfuscation methods while uploading web shells in order to bypass the security. So the security, you know, the developer that have set some sort of security on the server side or on the client side, basically the that will be confused and they will let our payload in. So the main reason that we obfuscate our extensions or we obfuscate our payloads is because to bypass the security. That's why we use obfuscation technique. So let's read the lab, you will get a core idea. This lab contains a vulnerable file upload function. Certain file extensions are block list, but defenses can be bypassed using a classical obfuscation technique. They just clearly told me that a lot of extension based file are blocked, but defenses can be bypassed, but it is not a hard coded, so you can literally bypass it. And to solve the lab, we need to upload a web shell as always to exfiltrate the data in a secret file, which is basically in home Carlos directory, and then we need to submit the the key in the lab banner. So the next thing, you need to access the lab. I have already did it, so just click on my account and try to log in with a provided credential, which is Winner and Peter. Login, and you can clearly see I have a avatar upload feature. Let me try by uploading a simple file first, anything. It is not necessary, but you should have some knowledge. When I try to upload a file, an image, literally an image, you can see that it told me that only JPG and PNG files are allowed. Sorry, there was an error while uploading your file. So it means that the extension of my file is JPEG. That's why they are not allowing it. So what I can do in this case, I'll open my terminal, and after opening my terminal, I'll go to the download section, cd downloads, because the file is there, and this is the untitled JPEG. So let's make a copy, cp untitled, and make its copy by naming it flower.png. Let's change the extension to png. When I ls it, you can clearly see I have flowers.png for this time. So I need to upload this image, a png file, to verify that is it accepting png or not. When I try to upload, and you can clearly see that it has been uploaded successfully. So the moral of the story is it is only accepting the png and jpeg file, jpg file, not jpeg. So yeah, this is how it works. The next thing is, let's try to upload a web shell, which is basically in my desktop, on my desktop. So let's try to upload it. When I click on upload, you can clearly see it is giving me the same error, which is basically sorry, only png and jpg files are uploaded. So let's capture the request and then try to manipulate it. the thing is that I just need to go to the proxy tab, and please ignore the background noise if you feel. Okay, so just click on the interceptor, turn it on, and then try to upload it. After uploading the file, you can literally see that I have captured the same request which contain the file name, which is this one, and it contain the content type and the content by itself. So let's send it to the repeater for further investigation, and when I forward it, you can clearly see it just give me 403 forbidden, and it told me that hey, you cannot do it. So in this case, what I can do, at first let's change the content type, I will do it image / png. If you remember, last time we did the same technique, and literally it is still giving me an error which is forbidden, means I cannot use this technique, so it is not going to work. You can always type Ctrl+Z, it will be in its original form, means that I'm not able to do this. The next thing is, let's try to upload it in any other directory, .. and literally it is again giving me an error, which means that I cannot use that technique too. So after that, I will try to use double extensions. Let's try to bypass the security by uploading a double, by using double extension based file. So I will type png webshell.php .png to trick the server that it is a png file. And when I try, you can clearly see that my file has been uploaded successfully. So let's go back to the lab, and let's refresh it, and let's try to view it. I have tried to view it, and you can literally see that basically it is showing me something else. If I remove the png extension, okay, so it is not working for me at all, which means that I'm not able to upload it. Now in this case, I will use the final technique, which is basically a null byte character, and I will need to use it after the PHP. So the null byte is like this: %00. It will ignore the rest of the part, and let's do it. And you can see it has been uploaded successfully. I just need to see it one more time. So let's refresh it. Don't worry, I will tell you what is null byte. So let's try to view the image now, and it is giving me an error, and the reason is it contain a null byte as well as the .png. So just remove the null byte, which is %00, and the .png, and let's try to access. And this is how you can bypass the security using null byte character. So literally I have bypassed the security with the help of %00 after the PHP, and this is something called null byte. So let's submit the solution. And you can clearly see that the lab has been solved. Now you will be confused that what I did actually. So if I landed you in the solution tab, here they just tell us that you have to use a null byte character. Here you can also see they just use exploit.php %00.jpg. basically at first we try with double extension, it didn't work for us. Then what we did, we just add a null byte. So let's go to my second machine and ask ChatGPT about what is null byte %00 in web shell upload. So basically a null byte represent as %00 in URL encoding is a character with ASCII value of zeros. Okay, in the context of web shell upload or file manipulation, the null byte can be used as a special character to manipulate the file extension or bypass the certain security measure. This is the ultimate goal. So what I did, I bypassed their security measures with the help of null byte character, and you can give it a read if you want to learn more about null byte. I'll recommend you to read it. You should have an account on ChatGPT. Okay, chatgpt.openai.com. So just type what is null byte %00 in web shell, and it will give you the entire detail about it, or you can Google it for more information. So this was all for this lab. I'll see you in the next lab. Have a good day. Take care. Alright guys, welcome back, and this is going to be our third lab. If you remember, last time, like back to some days before, I have teach a vulnerability that was basically directory traversal or path traversal vulnerability, and in this case we are going to chain two vulnerabilities. We will upload a web shell, but with the help of path traversal vulnerability, because the current directory will be blocked, we will not be able to upload the web shell into the current directory of images. That's why we need to do path traversal in order to upload a web shell. So let's do it. And this is going to be our third lab. You can just open it from here, and let me access the lab. Before accessing the lab, let me teach you how it works. So basically, web shell upload via path traversal vulnerability. We are going to upload a web shell with the help of path traversal vulnerability. Okay, so this lab contain a vulnerable image upload function. The server is configured to prevent execution of user supplied files, but this restriction can be bypassed by exploiting secondary vulnerability, and the secondary vulnerability is path traversal vulnerability. We are going to exploit this with the help of secondary vulnerability. To solve the lab, upload a basic PHP web shell and use it to exfiltrate the content of this file, which is a secret file in home Carlos directory. We need to grab this file. Then you need to submit the key in the lab banner, and you have the login, which is basically winner and Peter. So access the lab and click on my account. After clicking my account, just log in with your username winner and password Peter. Once you're done with it, it's easy. The next thing you will need to do is to just click on upload function and just go to the download. Just check how it works. So I have uploaded a simple file, and you can literally clearly see when I upload the file in a new image, in the new tab. Once I uploaded and then open the new tab, you can clearly see basically this avatar is its name is untitled, and it is uploaded in the avatar sections, avatars / and untitled image. So let's close it and let's try to upload our web shell. I hope you can see the screen. Let's click on upload, and you can clearly see they just told me that, hey, your file has been uploaded. So let's go back, and you can see it was pretty easy. We have uploaded, but guess what? When I try to open it, you can clearly see I'm not able to see anything. If I look for the page source code, it is still showing me nothing, which means that this current directory is preventing me. Okay, I'm not able to upload the file because of the current directory. That directory is actually preventing me. So what I will do, I'll literally go to my burp and go to the proxy, turn on the interceptor. On the same time, just do this like this. So turn on the interceptor and just select the file, a web shell, and upload it. After uploading it, you can clearly see I'm not able to intercept it, and the reason is so we have no reason. Let's do it again. Let's intercept it, click upload. Damn, it has been uploaded without any issue. So the thing is, let's look for the history. Okay, so the important thing is, let me clear the history. Let's clear the history and uncheck the only in scope items, because I will be able to see all the results here. So let's clear everything and now try to upload the file. When I click upload, you can see I'm not getting anything. So in this kind of cases, what you will need to do, you will just shut down the burp suite in a very rare cases. Okay, this always happens sometime. So I have already running, so let's open it again. Just don't worry, sometime it happens. This is natural. You have to go with problems. Okay, yes, this will make you a better you can say researcher. And let's click on proxy, turn on the burp suite, interceptor, select the file and upload it. And when I click on upload, now you can clearly see I have literally intercepted the file. I have literally intercepted the request. So let's send this request to the repeater tab, turn off the interceptor, and just go back from here. I'm not able to access it directly. That's why I need to apply something more. In this case, I'll literally go back to the repeater in order to investigate the file. And this is basically the name of the web shell, which is basically webshell.php, and I will upload this file one directory back. So what I will do, I will just type // before the name of my web shell, okay, inside the file name parameter. What it will do, it will upload the file one directory back. Okay, so let's upload it, and you can clearly see it has been uploaded. So let's go to the website, refresh it, and after refreshing it, now let's try to view it. When you view it, you can clearly see literally it tells me that hey, nothing found, which means that I was not able to upload the file, not able to view the file. So in this case, I have only one solution left. It seems like they are filtering the /. That's why I will encode this /. So what I will do, basically I will go to the decoder, and here I will type /, and after typing /, just select it and click on encode as URL. So what this will do, it will this is the encoded version, okay, the encoded version of /. Just copy it, go back to the repeater and remove the /, and upload the encoded version of /. So this is basically also a /, but an encoded version to bypass the security. So just click send and go back, refresh the website, and now let's try to see the result. Click on it, open it, and you can clearly see it is literally still giving me an error. The reason is you can clearly see the URL which contains some junk data. So you need to remove those and the encoded version of // in order to view the web shell. But wait, what? Here is a trick. When you click enter, you will still not be able to see anything. Why? Because we have go one directory back. Our current directory was avatar, and we go just one directory back. So that's why our file will be, our web shell will be uploaded, or it should be uploaded in file directory, not in avatar. If you remember, you can see that we go one directory back. That's why we need to go one directory back. The file is not uploaded in avatar. So just remove the avatars and remove the extra /. Here is the perfect location. So files /webshell.php. Let's enter it, and you can see I got the key. So this is how it works. Basically let's submit it, and you can see that the lab has been solved. There was no rocket science in it. The main thing is when I try to upload my when I try to upload any image, you can see that the image is uploaded, but the main thing is the image has been uploaded in avatar directory. If I show you, you can clearly see that it has been uploaded in avatar directory, but this directory is blocked for rest of the extension based files. So what I did, I just go one directory back, and when you go one directory back, your one directory back will be files directory. So I uploaded my file in the files directory, which is basically webshell.php. Okay, so this is how it works. I hope you got the main point. So I'll see you in the next lab. Take care. Alright family, welcome back to the branded new tutorial. This is going to be the final tutorial about file upload vulnerabilities, and today I'm going to teach you the polyglot method. So basically, whenever you will try to exploit file upload vulnerability, at first you will get you can just try with a simple technique like we done with the first lab. If it worked for you, great. If it didn't, then just go with the content type by changing or manipulating it. If that didn't work for you, you can go for the third technique, in which you will need to use double extensions with null byte characters. You can go with it. If it still didn't work for you, you can go for some directories back with the help of directory traversal, and at the end we have the one option remaining, which is polyglot technique. So you can just open the polyglot from here, basically file upload vulnerabilities, and yeah, this one, the last second. So basically I have already opened the lab here. This lab contains a vulnerable image upload function, although it checks the content of the file. So basically it will check the content of our file. If then it will verify the file, that is it a genuine image or not. So yeah, still it is possible to upload and execute server side code. We have to upload our code. Remember what it will look for. It will check the content of our file. If the content is image based content, then it will accept it, otherwise they are not going to accept it. And I have already written some techniques for you which you can use. So basically what we will need to do, we will use magic character. Sometime application identify the file type based on the first signature byte. So the application will look for the first signature byte in order to verify that is your file is an image based or anything else. So we can basically add or replace them to trick the application, basically, and we are going to trick the application using this kind of techniques. So I have already accessed the lab. You can see that it is going to be our lab. The first thing I need to do is to just click on my account, and then I have to log in with Winner and Peter. Just click login, and I am logged in. So now you can see, let's try to upload a simple image, PNG based image. Yeah, you can see that the flower has been uploaded successfully, and this is how it looks like. Now it is the time to upload our web shell. So I'll try to upload, but before uploading it, let's see what kind of error it is giving me. You can see that they just told me file is not a valid image. Sorry, there was an error while uploading the file. So just go back, re-click it, and this time just capture the request with the help of verb suit. So what I'm gonna do, just give me a sec. Okay, what I will do, I will go to the proxy tab, I will turn on the interceptor, and I'll click on upload. But before clicking on the upload, whenever you get something like that, you can just turn off and turn on again, and you can see I got something, but that's another request. This is not the one, because it is too short and its body do not contain anything. So you can just always forward it, and this is the one that I'm interested in. The host, you can see my account avatar. If you scroll it a bit, you can see that it is the file name, which is web shell, and it is the content. So just make sure to forward it to the repeater tab and turn off the interceptor. Okay, now I'll maximize it. And to be honest, I will not waste your time, but I am giving you a challenge. Even though if you try all possible technique, it will not work for you. You can use double extension, you can use null byte with it, you can change the application xphp to image, and you can do all the possible techniques that we have learned. I'm not going to repeat them here to avoid the waste of time. I will jump straight into the topic. So in this case, what I can do, because the application is validating my content. If the content is not based on PNG or image, they will straight reject me. In this way, you can see they just told me that 403 forbidden. In this case, I will use those magic characters. So let me open the notes. I will go with the first one, which is basically for PNG. So let's copy this payload. Not you just can't call it payload, but first you can say character, meta character. Just forward it, and after that you can see that it is still giving me an error. So this png didn't work for me. I'm just keep opening this one. Let's shut it down. So after that, let's go with jpg. So copy it and paste it before your payload, definitely before your payload. Still it is giving me an error, and you know why I'm doing this. I have already told you. So basically, sometime application identify the file type based on the first signature byte. That's why I'm just adding a new one to act like as an image. So basically, I try with PNG, it didn't work for me. I tried as JPG, it didn't work for me. That's why now I'm going to try with GIF based. So I'll copy it and I'll go back. I will replace it with the older one. So let's go for it. And you can see I have successfully bypassed their security. If I go back, you will be able to see that something here happens, means something uploaded. So if you right click on it, you can see that I got the definitely I got the key. So you can just copy it, just ignore this part because this is give best, so just copy this one and go back, click on solution and submit the key. And you can see that they just told me that congratulations, you have solved this technique, you have solved this lab. Remember, you can use all these techniques that I have teach you in order to find file upload vulnerabilities.